Here's the plan. We're almost to the end of the testifier list. I think the last number is 5184. Just a few people.
Good afternoon. My name is Lily Zhang, and my number is 5067. I'm a registered voter, and I'm a mother of 2 children. I come here, and I'm strongly opposed to Bill SB1. I learned that in Massachusetts, elementary school, 2nd grade, read a book, King and a King, about 2 men who fall in love and marry to each other, ending with a picture of them kissing. The school has no obligation to notify parents or allow parents to opt their child out. That worries me a lot. Can you imagine that our children live in such an environment where even the definition of father and mother is confusing? How frustrated our children will be. If this bill is passed, Massachusetts today will become Hawaii's tomorrow. I am extremely concerned about the impact this bill will bring to our children. Please consider the consequences this bill will bring to our keiki and the generation to come. And I ask you to protect our children and the future of Hawaii. Please vote no. One more time, please vote no to Bill SB1, sorry. Thank you all.
I'm sorry, thank you very much. Could you repeat your number one more time, your registration number?
My number is 5067.
5067.
Yes.
Mahalo.
Thank
Okay,
you.
next.
My name is Francis Cheng, and I'm number 5143. Dear Chair and the House committees, I'm a father of 2 children, and I'm here presenting my family to voice our strong opposition to Bill SB1. I was born in Taiwan and raised in Malaysia, and have been in Hawaii for the last 27 years, and just become a U.S. citizen 2 months ago. I'm proud to be a U.S. citizen because of our Constitution and our First Amendment. The first 3 words of the Constitution say, "We the people," and the freedom of speech and freedom of worship from the First Amendment. Now I'm a U.S. citizen, I have the right to vote and to give my opinion on this important issue. My concern is, would my freedom be compromised if same-sex marriage is legalized in Hawaii? As a math teacher, I know X is equal to X. Y is equal to Y. If X and Y are not the same, then X is not equal to Y. That is, a man equal to a man and a woman equal to a woman. If a man is not the same as a woman, then a man is not equal to a woman. Therefore, a man plus a woman is not equal to a man plus a woman or a woman plus a woman. Marriage is not about equality and it's more than just loving relationship. Same-sex marriage is against human nature and it's not God's idea. Marriage as between a man and a woman is designed and instituted by God, so no one has the right to redefine marriage except God himself.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Cheryl Brenchley, and my number is 5163. And my testimony that I sent in online is a little different than what I'm going to say today. I strongly oppose SB1 and this whole process. It's been really crazy, and I'm sure it's been crazy for you too, and very taxing. People dropping their lives, people calling in from work, people taking days off to rush here to the Capitol so that our voices could be heard. And I'm sitting at home, and it was Halloween night, and I was watching this, and it's become, I'm not kidding, it's become one of my favorite shows, Olelo, watching this. And there have been truly some real reality celebrities been created from this show. My brother and I talk about the Hawaiian uncle, who's being bullied now, who's being bullied now? And there's been, and the three sisters from Molokai, yeah, we've been enjoying this. But what I want to say is, people are here, they're rushing here because they want their voices heard. They feel like we are being bullied, that this is being rammed down on us. And I've been told, don't mention God, don't mention religion, they're going to shut off. They're meaning you guys, the legislators, are going to shut down. And I hope that's not true. I hope you're not letting these people, two people before me are immigrants. You know, English isn't their second language. They're what we would call FOBs. FOBs are awesome. They're fresh off the boat, if you guys heard that. I mean, my mom's a FOB, and they come here and they want to make their dreams come true. And so they're coming here, they're talking about God, they're talking about religion, they're talking about what's in their heart, and I hope you guys are listening. I hope you're not shutting off. This is so important to us. It's important to our children. And I hope you're listening. And I just want to say, let the people vote. I hope you're listening. And thank you so much for all that you do. And vote no, and I oppose the bill.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Honnold. I'm 22 years old. My number is 5021. I'm a graduate from Whitworth University. I hold a degree in sociology with criminal justice. Right now, I'm assistant coach at Nauticoli High School for cross country and track. I'm a sales associate at Runners High, and I'm an intern at Inspired Church. Right now, I'm opposed to SB1. I simply believe that because I'm opposed to SB1 because it affects the entire state, from the young to the old. It's mainly targeting the BOE, the education system. I believe that it's going to change everything, public, private, and homeschooled. Now, recently, being a teenager, I know the headache I caused to my parents growing up and whatnot. I know how it caused headaches to my parents. You know, that's just being young. But when students are hearing from younger lifestyles, hearing about alternative lifestyles, it's going to already divide parents and whatnot more. From my understanding, a subculture between family life and social life, to even divide that even more is going to be devastating. I also believe this bill jumps the democratic process as it violates the First Amendment. It impedes on our right to have our voices be heard and let the people decide on things. I simply ask that we slow down this process. Let's just take our time. Let's do our homework. Let's study. Let's find the consequences, both positive and negative. Let's find what's related to this system. Let's find how just everything is connected, what's not connected, what we can toss out. Because with something as polarizing as this, an issue that's causing thousands of people to step up and have their voice be heard, we can't afford to be wrong on an issue like this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My number is 5126. My name is Wendy Namahoe Abila, and I am Hawaiian. But more importantly, I'm a child of the Most High God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the same God that our Queen Liliuokalani devoted her life to. I stand here to implore you to vote no for SB1. because it affects the children of Hawaii. It affects generations to come. My son testified earlier that it starts at home. And that started at home. The teachings of one man and one woman is defined by the Bible. God is in control. His word never returns void unto us. And I strongly believe that we need to uphold what he began, what started in our country, the Constitution, founded by our forefathers who believed in the same God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And all I'm asking, if not from me, but the many majority who have already testified, that you would at least give the people of Hawaii the chance to speak. Let them vote. Let us vote. Vote no on SB1. Please, I implore you again. Mahalo.
Thanks very much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is William Abilo. My number is 5124. I had prepared a sheet of quotes and scriptures, but after the few days of testimony that I've seen, you guys have received more wisdom and more grace information than I could possibly ever give unto you. But after my son spoke, I remember telling him, when you become the age and you're able to vote, you vote because it's your voice. We vote our senators, our congressmen, our governors, and our president into office because they're looking out for us. Now, I'm a retired and very pleased member of the Hawaii Air National Guard. We took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I'm sure all of you took that same oath. The Constitution did not serve one individual. It served all of us. You are our elected officials. I trust you will make the right decision. I am firmly opposed to SB1, but mostly opposed to the process that this bill was presented to the voters of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Aloha, Chair Rhodes, Luke, thank you so much, representatives, for your time. I can't imagine how long this process has been for you. My number is 5063. My name is Brandon Ahu. I am a graduate of Kamehameha Schools and USC. I oppose SB1. Sexuality is a complex issue, much like government, and I bet for you this has been complex, long, drawn out. I bet you took a lot of recesses and just said, what am I doing here? I didn't sign up for this. You know what? You didn't. Neither did we. This kind of got thrust on us too. You've heard hundreds of testimonies, perhaps even thousands, depending on how many signed up and who actually came. As a communication major, I was taught the worst audience to listen to you is not the one against your position, it's the one that's disinterested. Really. And I pray and I hope that you're not disinterested, because this is affecting everyone, and you know it. You know it. You see, people are asking, is the government listening to us? Do they hear our voices? And I'm sure you have. You've heard voices like mine. You've heard voices like others all over the place. See, you've placated the people, you've entertained their voices, but do you hear their voices? But in the end, no matter how much I talk, it's not going to change your opinion, is it? Because you've heard everybody else. So I'm not going to try to change your opinion. Because you heard a lot of stories full of emotions. You've probably seen tears. You've seen a lot of things. But instead, what I'm going to ask you to do is ask you to allow us to vote. Because here's why. If you took a tally on every single person and what they said, you might have a list that balances out. Because even if you're looking in this room, even outside, there's a bunch of people that are divided. Our state is divided. So allow us to choose. You don't have to choose for us. Hear the voice of the majority. You may say that it's the job of the state to protect minorities. And I agree with you. It is.
for civil rights issues. And in this case, I believe that it's not a civil rights issue because the science is out on that. There isn't conclusive evidence to place it as the same level as race. Allow us to vote on this. It is the majority that elected you, and we're looking to you for leadership and guidance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Sidney Higa, number 5020. I strongly oppose SB1. I would like to thank the representatives here that are listening to the people and voting no on SB1. For those representatives here who are voting yes or are undecided, I would like to say this. I was born to a man and woman, as each of you were. Correct me if I'm wrong there. My father and my mother and I lived at 418 1B Atlanta Street, Ewa, territory of Hawaii. Many things have changed since then. Hawaii has become a state, and our population has grown to over 1.2 million people. Some people moved here from other parts of the world, but the majority of our population has increased because a man and a woman have come together to make a child. You can change zoning for buildings. You can change our transportation system. You can change your religion. But there are things that you can't change. You cannot change the fact that you have to eat, breathe, and drink in order to live. You can choose what you want to zone for. You can choose what you want to use for transportation. You can choose your religion. You can choose what you want to eat, what you want to breathe, and what you want to drink. But you cannot change the fact that a man and a woman are what creates a child. This special session should not have been called to redefine marriage. If it's tax consequences same-sex couples want, then change the tax laws. I spent 24 years in the military, and I swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. This includes the right of same-sex couples to voice their opinions, but it also includes the right of those opposing same-sex marriage to voice their opinions as well. Likewise, you are elected to represent the people and be their voice. A special session should be called to amend the Hawaii State Constitution.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, aloha. My name is Jane Chen. My number is 5049. I need a translator for me. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
She write in Chinese, so I just come here and she told me, ask me to translate. I will just do my best.
Do the best you can. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh. Water, air, sun, those things are so important to our life. The beautiful beach and the air and the sunshine and everything make the Hawaii like paradise. But every day, how many of the tourists, immigrant, and investor come to Hawaii? So that's our income of Hawaii people. Homosexual people are the minority is a minority, and there is their individual problem. But today we will make a law, and so everything we have to redefine, such as education, knife, swords, even public facility. This will bring so much disorder, confusion for society. But the tourist, and first she said, I against SB1. Okay. Also the immigration investor also will be impacted. So please listen to people's voice and let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Tisal Rana. My number is 5154. I'm in strong opposition of SB1. I'm 19 years old and I lived in Hawaii all my life. It's been a long week and you've heard the concerns of this bill, which I don't need to repeat. And yet, why is that the majority of you is still leaning to pass it? But what I will say, I'm a registered voter and I will not forget each and every one of your names and faces. I may just be one person, but I'm representing my generation and generations to come. If you truly represent the people of Hawaii, then stop playing deaf ears and let what you've heard from the vast majority sway your decision. I respect the people who agree with the bill. I admire their passion and understand that they want to be with the person whom they love. Yes, I stand for equality. I'm all about being equal, for no one is greater than the other because we're all the same in God's eyes. But you have no right to redefine what marriage is all about. Who are you to add and subtract for what is a man or woman, husband and wife in a household? And to the young people, may I say, hashtag, ain't nobody got time for that. I know and understand that you want to weigh and phase all sides of the bill, meaning those who oppose and those who are in favor. But do not be deaf to the voice of the vast majority. Remember, just as easily you were elected in, you can be elected out. The majority will be heard either way. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next, please.
Hi. My name is Nohea Penki, number 5170. I was going to end, if I had time, by talking about this, but I'm just going to start off with it because she inspired me. I mean, when I first heard that this special session was going to go on for same-sex marriage, my first reaction was, I'll explain. I'm in Waikiki about 2 or 3 times a week at night, talking to some of the people down there. I see the homeless. I see the sex trafficking that goes on. You should take a stroll around and you'll see it as well. And we're calling special session for same-sex marriage, but things like sex trafficking and homelessness need to be addressed as well. And so I agree with the girl that just went, ain't nobody got time for this. And I didn't see all of you smiling, so I thought it was funny. So, ain't nobody got time for that. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, in my 1 minute, I'm going to run through why anyone, not just religious folks, should be against the idea of same-sex marriage. Marriage is, what is marriage? No, that's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. What exactly is same-sex marriage? It is when the state essentially declares that same-sex unions and heterosexual unions are precisely the same thing. That is to say that same-sex and heterosexual unions are the same. And this is for the policy concern. Broadly put, as a rule, as a group, and by nature, long-term heterosexual unions produce the next generation. This is something that same-sex unions do not do. Okay? I totally messed up my thing. I was so prepared for this, but no. Examples of what's gone on with same-sex marriage. In Massachusetts, it's been brought up, but just get this, 13 seconds. The largest adoption provider in the state is out of business. Why? Because they saw it as there was a distinction between same-sex marriage and heterosexual unions. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello, Wes Ige, I'm number 5047. I'd like to tell you that I oppose SB1. And I would just ask that this would go, you would think about moving this to regular session where you as lawmakers would consider having more voices being heard, having fairness to the people of the outer islands to be able to have their input and have more committees to listen to the arguments. I think that the special session has increased emotions, and you can tell I've been here since last week for people, and causing a lot of division and anxiety to people. So I would just ask that you'd consider having more time and moving it to regular session. also just killing the bill, and just as lawmakers being able to listen to the people. I know you have listened to a lot of arguments, but as lawmakers to listen and really represent the people and listen to their voice and to examine yourselves, because sometimes we need to see that it's hard to vote against our party lines or whatever decisions we make. And also that your decisions will change society, and to see if you would be willing to live with that decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Hello, my name is James Jinping Wen. My name is 5106. I'm from First Chinese Church. You know, we are Chinese Church. We have the 130 years already, but we never have homosexual. The people come to our church, so that's why when minister later, if have something, do it. My minister, I think, have problem, big problem. Also, we are children. I don't know they learn this good or what. But I think plenty of people, they talk about this already. I don't want to repeat again. I just say this from our church. Everybody don't think this is right. Yeah, I just talk this one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Let's go ahead and go. There's two separate lists here. Let's go on to the next, the repeats for 1 to 1,000. And for those, this concludes the first round through. This group that we're going through now, or from now on, are people that just missed their place in line the first time. And so but just be clear, this is not an opportunity to speak twice. This is an opportunity to speak once that you, for whatever reason, missed the first time around. So Ms. Heedy, go ahead.
Aloha and mahalo for the opportunity to speak and testify in support of SB1. And if you refer to my written testimony, you'll find out that I
Can you give us a number, please? We still would like to have your number.
Is 613. How embarrassing is that? So anyway, I heard, I grew up in the South, in the Jim Crow South, segregation, colored water fountains. I mean, I went to school with National Guard. Now, I am really dating myself, but I'm a Vietnam era vet, so, Now, I heard some of the scriptures that have been quoted, that the same scriptures that I heard then that denied people civil rights then. And marriage is a civil right. To deny people civil rights for who they are, we've already been through that. Let's not do it again. I personally believe strongly in heterosexual marriage, because I've been married 3 times. I mean, come on. I got married once, divorced, married once, widowed, active duty, not fun. And now 3rd time being the charm. I'm hoping again. So I truly believe in marriage and the institution. And I get into marriage so much that I actually do weddings. I officiate weddings. And I'll tell you what, you can get a marriage license or a civil union license. And I don't know who was telling you before about those licenses and going on. But you can get one, but you can't get a marriage license unless you are male, female. Doesn't work. Now, for everybody that's feeling really emotionally bruised right now, I just want to inspire you with Maya Angelou, who said that when you can write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies, you may tread me in the dirt, but still, like dust, we'll rise. We will rise for equality. We will have marriage equality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Heedy. Let me just announce, so the group that's here now is 1 to 1,000. We've made the call already for 1,000 to 1,200. Can the group 1,200 to 1,400 come on down too if you're in earshot? Okay, next please.
I'm Jen Offner from Kahala, number 551, and I'm adding to my written testimony with this verbal testimony. What do you want to see in order to hear the voice of the people of Hawaii? Are you even going to confirm how many of the testimonies are from Hawaii voters versus outside interest groups and individuals? It is your job to serve the people of Hawaii, not the testimonies of minorities or other people from the mainland. And we didn't vote for all of this when we voted for some of you to come into office. But if you pass this bill and leave gaping holes for the courts to decide, we the people will not bow to your redefinition of marriage. And you will not silence the voice of the people.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Tito Montes, number 817.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know you guys have been listening to a lot of testimony over the last few days. I want to tell you that I'm in opposition of SB1 for a lot of reasons, but I'm not going to argue in front of you theological reasons because many of you have no religion. A lot of you who do are willing to sell it out. I'm not going to make any illogical or logical arguments about what you guys do because, frankly, the legislature makes a lot of illogical and irrational decisions. I mean, you guys pass more bills to protect animals than you do for children. I'm not going to go ahead and talk about all of the empirical evidence that has happened throughout the United States and the states that have passed same-sex marriage and all the deleterious effects. And no, the sky doesn't fall right away like it will tomorrow or anything like that. It is a slow burn of how our schools get polluted, churches come under attack, privacy rights go out the window, parental rights go out the window. I'm not going to argue any of that because I've already been told by the governor's deputy chief of staff, Blake Oshiro. He said it on the news. Oh, these things will never happen. Well, think again. So I'm not going to rehash all those things over to you again. The only thing that I will appeal to is to let you guys know that you will, if you vote yes for this, you will be on the wrong side of history, and the people will not forget. Thank you.
Okay, next up.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Steve Dinion. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Musicians Association of Hawaii. I'm number 81. I'm here to speak in strong support on behalf of my union of SB1. My union is one of more than a dozen local unions representing tens of thousands of working people who support marriage equality as a workers' rights issue. Now, you've heard a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks leading up to this session about values. So I'm here to talk about union values. There's two important union values. One says that we all have to stand in solidarity with each other. The other one says that an injury to one is an injury to all. That's why unions locally and nationally support marriage equality and agree that all discrimination against any class of people is wrong and anti-union. 10 years ago, when I told my union I thought it was unfair that only heterosexual couples had access to rights under our contract, my union agreed with me, even though I was just one person, and they changed our contract. They fought and made sure our contract added domestic partnership benefits. However, that's not enough, because even on those domestic partnership benefits, I still pay more in taxes for my health insurance benefits from my partner. The only way to fix this, the only way my union can fix this, is by making sure that the state changes the law so that I can access federal tax benefits just like heterosexual couples. As union members, we know that when the company tries to screw us, we all suffer. But when we all stand together, we can win together. I want to quote, you've heard a lot of quotes from the Bible. I'm going to give you a quote from Harry Bridges, the great ILWU leader. He said that solidarity was the most important word in the language of the working class. Another quote I want to give you is from Joseph Hansen. He's the president of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. He said that marriage equality is an economic justice issue and a social justice issue, and that makes it a union issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up.
My name is Karina Forsey, number 505, and I'm against same-sex marriage. And I would like to start out with referring to the Constitution of America.
Can you speak into the mic? And then can you state your name and number again?
Karina Forsey, number 505. I want to refer to the Constitution of America, which our forefathers wrote, referring to the core of the human race and the natural...
Wait, hold on just a sec, please. Mr. Kuroda? Rachel Orange. Can you recheck that? Because 505 I have
number
Raymond,
505.
Raymond Rodriguez.
805.
Oh, 805. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kuroda. Please proceed.
Sorry. May I resume?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I would like to remind everyone that the Constitution of America was written in reference to the human race, the foundation, the core of what a human being is. And I want to mention, aside from that, that God, well, including is God and what God means for human beings to be, and that's including the marriage of men and women, which is a natural process. Anything that is other than the natural process of marriage is not normal. And referring back to God, God loves everyone, so it's not offensive to refer to him in relation to marriage and homosexuals. But as far as marriage goes, is not natural according to most religions. And the people that want to go that way, so be it, but they should not be incorporated in the same level of the marriage of a man and woman. Is my time up?
Time's up. Thank you very much. Next up.
Hello, Chair Rhodes and Luke, but I don't see Chair Rhodes, but I guess he's on break. But and committee members, my name is Randall Karata. I'm a 58-year-old voting resident of Hawaii. I was born and raised here on Oahu. My number is 564.
Thank you very much.
I strongly oppose SB1. Is this really a civil rights issue? It seems that many on the committee have already decided, but please continue to keep an open mind. Continually ask yourselves during this hearing if this really is a civil rights issue. Are we currently denying the gay community its right to vote, to speak, to be heard, to gather, right to access, to live their lives in peace? This issue has been around for years, and we continue in Hawaii to show the acceptance, love, and compassion to the gay community. Why do we now want to pass further legislation that will clearly polarize our community? Legislation that will produce a win-lose situation. I don't believe we need more laws. We have done well in these past 20 years. In the future, without any same-sex marriage laws, we will all continue to understand each other and grow closer as a community. Hawaii is unique with our aloha spirit and the Hawaiian presence. The island people have always been accepting and open. I would not be bothered if all 49 states adopt a same-sex marriage law and Hawaii does not, because I believe Hawaii, without a law, would be known as a top state that does accept, love, and have compassion for the gay community. The other states will look to us and say, how is that possible without legislation? They will see that our legislation body had the wisdom and foresight to understand that acceptance, love, and compassion does not come from laws and lawsuits, but out of the aloha spirit, a spirit that encourages a win-win solution, a spirit that respects both rights of conflicting parties, and that the Hawaiian love will bring unity amongst its people. Let's be an example to the other states and show them that we can get along without further laws and regulations that would be a burden to all people. Thank you very much.
Next up.
Hi, my name is Brian O'Brien, number 525. You folks know about Obamacare. Great intentions, poor execution, lots of frustration. SB1 is the same thing. Its intentions will be frustrated by its flaws. And you've heard about those flaws quite at length for the last several days. Parentage, presumption, accommodation versus freedom of conscience, severability versus inseverability, removal of the statement that people of Hawaii choose to preserve their tradition of marriage as one man and one woman. And the absence of this statement. The purpose of this act is to harmonize the right to equal protection under the law for same-sex couples with the equally important right to the free exercise of a religion. That is not found in SB1, but it is found in House Bill 6, and I encourage you to take a look at that. During last week's testimony, we heard that SB1 is a lawyer's dream. Legislators who are attorneys or have family members or friends who are attorneys have a significant conflict of interest here if you allow this to be settled in the courts. Furthermore, these issues of equal rights for same-sex couples is a federal benefits issue, not a state. This doesn't belong here. None of us should be here right now. And if those benefits are so great, why do so many heterosexual couples forfeit those rights by choosing cohabitation instead of marriage? Bottom line, SB1 does not equal same-sex marriage. It equals litigation. Regardless of your views on same-sex marriage, everyone should oppose SB1. Remember Obamacare. Please don't let flawed legislation pass. Pao, thanks.
Okay, at this point, we'll take questions. Questions? If not, thank you, testifiers. You have questions? Representative Ward?
Microphone. Mr. Ahu, Brandon Ahu, number 5063.
Hey, he's coming up.
Brendan, you mentioned that the worst attentive voice was the least attentive was better than those who were against the bill. You said those who were disinterested. The question I have is, what if this committee, after hearing perhaps 80% of the testimony against the Senate, and has 90% of the people vote for the bill? What is your reaction, given what you said in your testimony?
I think it would cause further disillusionment of government. I think we already have a problem on our hands with young people rising up and asking questions about our legislative process. How do people in our government hear the voice of the people? If it really is by and for the people, if the people are speaking, then how could it fall on deaf ears? Understanding and respecting that you all have your personal opinions on same-sex marriage, which I absolutely respect, and understanding also that the climate of our nation, even our island state, is at a fervor, and there's a divisiveness there. I think if the committee here would hear the voice of the people in one way and vote the other, it would very much so put a lot of disillusionment in the hearts of our young people, and even the people that are in their older generation as well.
Thank you for participating in the process.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for testifying. We'll take the next set of testifiers. Please come up.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Michael Abegon, number 73.
Thank you.
I represent Mililani Field and Baptist Church and the Filipino Southern Baptist Fellowship of the Pacific. I'm a Filipino, and I belong to the second largest ethnic population here in Hawaii. While I do not speak in behalf of the rest of the Filipinos, I do want to let you know that the people that I represent does oppose SB1. SB1 protects one group and disregards the other. It protects gays but does not protect religions and religious beliefs who believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. And for 222 years since the existence of that First Amendment, there had been groups who have rationally discriminated on the basis of their creed and conscience. This was acceptable, protected. SB1 negates that basic freedom. Protect these churches. This bill ignores the nature of most churches. Most churches are in the business of weddings because any heterosexual relationships who wish to make their relationship right before God, their next step is to be wed. And passing this bill will open these churches to litigation. SB1 does not have clear protection to situations like this. The public accommodation law disregard the fact that there are organizations who exist not just for its members, but also for its community. Why? Because many organizations and many churches see that the reason of their existence is beyond the people that are in the pew. You must protect those people who ministers to their community. Please do not disregard the statements that have been given to you during the Senate hearing. Also, I want to add, Hawaii has laws unique to itself. We do not have to rush our state going to this place. DOMA doesn't mandate Hawaii to pass gay marriage. It has repealed Section 3. It only gives state unique judgments
very much.
to follow the people's conscience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up.
Hello, my name is Frankie Grassa, and I'm number 623, and I'm in opposition to SB1. As a registered voter in the state of Hawaii, I would like to thank you for your patience to listen to each testimony and for the opportunity for me to testify and be a part of this process. The same-sex marriage should not be addressed in a special session for the following reasons. A 5-day special session is not enough time to discuss one of the most controversial issues of our day, and the amount of time to debate and discuss the issue is far too limited, especially a decision that will affect the next generation and those thereafter, a decision especially that can't be revoked. A yes vote during a special session will reflect the will of the governor, the legislators, and special interest groups, but not necessarily the will of a majority of people of the state of Hawaii. In 1998, the people of Hawaii voted on this issue, and a 70% majority specified that marriage was defined as a man and woman. It's also a concern of mine that this special session may result in legislation that does not accurately represent the people that have entrusted you to speak on their behalf. It's my belief that the current bill and the pursuit of its passing in a special session called by the governor circumvents my rights as a citizen and jeopardizes the social fabric of the state of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good afternoon. My name is Lillian Vakalalumbure, and my number is 544. I want to say thank you for continuing to allow us to testify and for your patience and your service. I respectfully oppose SB1 for many reasons that you have already heard in the past few days. I do not oppose the LGBT community getting the federal benefits that they're seeking. I ask that you put your heads together, find middle ground, and find out a way to give them those benefits, possibly under civil union, but without affecting or redefining marriage. Secondly, I quote, "Let them air out their laundry. Yes, spill out, but at the end of the day, we're with you," unquote. That reply was given by a representative to a homosexual individual, referring to the thousands of people who testified in opposition to this bill. Has the decision of the outcome of this bill already been decided even before listening to the thousands of voices that oppose it? If so, why are we wasting taxpayers' hard-earned dollars? With all due respect, representatives were elected to make decisions with their constituents' interests in mind, not their own. If their own matters more, then they're in the wrong profession. I urge you, dear committee members, the people who have voted for you are asking you to listen. Please hear them out and let us vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good afternoon. My name is Litha Tale, and my number is 542, and I'm a resident of Kaniohi. I strongly oppose this bill. The last days, I've been hearing a lot about separation of state and church, and even though that's the way some people would like to interpret it, I see this nation in so many legal documents. The founding fathers of this nation built this nation. The foundations were laid on biblical principles, and they were not ashamed of their faith. They stood up for their faith. Unlike what's happening today, like Christians are being bullied. I feel like we're being bullied to keep quiet, to go into our boxes. And the founding fathers of this nation stood out, and they publicly declared their faith, and also they believe that divine protection comes only from God. Prosperity comes only from God. Power comes only from God. He's the giver of all that. They recognized it, and they built this country on those principles. And that is why America is the most powerful nation on earth, because of those principles. And I would pray that you would have the same healthy fear of God in your heart, not to redefine marriage as ordained by God. Even though I feel for my gay brothers and sisters who need to have their rights and privileges, I do not believe that marriage should be redefined. It should stay as is. If you can look into your heart and find, do you have a healthy fear of God in your heart, then do not touch this law, because it is placed by God for our own protection. Everything done by the forefathers with wisdom, them knowing that all this will bring America to what America is today, the most powerful nation on earth because of God. And America is falling apart because God is being taken out little by little. When good men do not speak up, evil prevails. I urge you, please speak up.
We have already spent about 45 hours in testimony. There are a lot of people still waiting outside, and we had a group of children who did a really good job in keeping to the 2-minute time limit. So we asked the adults to learn from the children and try to keep within the 2-minute timeline. Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Takashige, and I'm from Waiawa. My number is 896. I'm a registered voter, and I've voted in every single election since I turned 18, which was 33 years ago. I'm very proud of that. I learned by my parents' example, and I want my kids to learn
Can
by
you
my example.
talk into the mic a little bit more? Thank you.
I'm a registered voter, and I voted in every election since I turned 18, 33 years ago. I learned this by my parents' example, and I'd want my kids to learn by my example. When I speak to some of my friends why they don't vote, they say, it's just one vote. It doesn't make a difference. When I say to them, what if everyone felt that way? And imagine if everyone who felt that way just did it and voted. We'd make a tremendous difference. Last week in the Senate, in my opinion, I believe they proved that our voices don't matter. We were not heard. Please don't let that happen here. Let's prove to everyone, especially the non-voters, that our vote does matter. Our voice matters, and we can and are making a difference, and we can be a part of the democratic process. Let the people decide on this issue. There's so much confusion and so many unanswered questions involved with this bill, and it's being rushed to completion. We can't take it back once it's done. Like my dad says, do it right the first time. We need to ensure all sides involved are equally protected of their rights. Please don't rush this bill through. Let the discussions continue and let the people decide. It's our future, my kids and your kids. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up.
My number is 697. My name is Lisa Kai, and I'm a resident in the Kailua district. I'm a wife, a mother of 3 girls, and a leader in my church, and I oppose SB1. My husband and I raise our girls with the values that will shape their lives and help them make wise choices. We are very concerned about this SB1 bill. This bill will not protect my children or my grandchildren or my rights as a Christian leader. As a mother, I teach my children absolutes. What are absolutes? Absolutes tells us what is right and what is wrong. For example, if I were to purposely key your car, would that be right or wrong? Wrong, of course. And who said it was wrong? And how do we know it is wrong? We know it's wrong because that is an absolute built inside of us from God. Another area that I believe is an absolute, and that is marriage. It is between a man and a woman. You and I can't deny that deep inside of us, we know this is to be true. There are so many gray areas in this life. How do we get back to the center of it all, where the absolutes exist? Absolutes gives us a measure of what is right and wrong. God has put something inside of us, a GPS that connects us back to God. And if a person does not connect back to God, they will question everything that God has created in them and for them. And that's where the gray areas come into play. Everyone would think they're correct in how they think things should be. But if we were to look at marriage, it has always been between a man and a woman. We all know that this is an absolute because it is built inside of us from God. Why do you think God created a female and a male? These are absolutes, and we know it. We know it because it comes from our very core. Please allow the people of all race, religion, sexual preference decide on this issue. Don't play God and change what is absolute. The people of Hawaii have a voice, and that voice will reflect the absolute of what marriage is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good afternoon, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke. My name is Tracy Higashi, number 682. As a concerned citizen of the state of Hawaii, I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that I strongly oppose SB1 and the special session hearing on same-sex marriage. As a voter in the state of Hawaii, I feel it is important that you represent the people of the state and protect our constitutional rights and processes. After many days of watching testimonies, I personally have come to the conclusion that the people of Hawaii want to be heard, want to be given the opportunity to vote. Regardless of this bill passes, people will still choose to whom they want to be with, traditional or non-traditional. Is it really about the benefits, religion, or a line drawn in the sand saying, this is the side I choose to be on? This bill will make people choose which side. I think mainly people want to be given the right to vote. My opposition comes from that by passing this bill, you will be forcing to normalize this on society. Is this the new normal? This bill will force children to learn the lifestyle in school and will be taking away the right of a parent who desires to teach their child what traditional marriage looks like. Churches may also have to perform marriages that goes against their beliefs and minds. Also, as an overseer of a biblically based recovery program, we see teens who currently struggle with this lifestyle that are trying to find their way out. This defeats the purpose if we say this is the new normal lifestyle and throws another curveball in all that we've been teaching. In speaking with my leaders, we now see that children won't accept the fact of this lifestyle and may create a hostile environment. Teens are already faced with enough challenges. Why complicate it even more? In closing, I greatly appreciate your representation of the voters and state of Hawaii. And it is my hopes that your decision will be based on what is best for the people of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
My name is Lawrence Adams, number 999. I was brought up from a child that a married woman and a married man is a traditional way of marrying. Besides that, it is against the will of God. So I want to say to you leaders, you will be accountable to God on the vote you make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
My name is Carol Parker. My number is 736.
Oh, no, go ahead.
As a very blessed woman who is a descendant of a signer of the Declaration of Independence, a former of the United States Constitution, and so many others in my family, and a resident of Hawaii. I am opposed to Senate Bill 1. It limits religion, and it limits speech, our First Amendment rights. It has a real cost to our economy and to our social structure. The cost to our economy is something that we cannot afford, and we can't estimate at this point. Another point that I have is that under SB1, the parentage law really would be an advantage to me. It gives an opportunity for me to declare myself as having Hawaiian ancestry, because I have, from the mid-1800s, a relative who was in the U.S. Navy at the time and he
Thank you very much.
came here.
Chairman Rose, Luke, distinguished members of the committee. I'm John Cook, a resident of Wyniffe, a 40-year voter.
Can you speak into the mic?
My number is 936. I oppose this section because it circumvents the democratic process. I believe that the people of Hawaii have already spoken. The 1998 constitutional amendment gave the legislature the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples, not the power
Can
to
you say your
redefine.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you say your number again?
936.
936. Beth. Okay, we have Beth La Pena. Can you check your number again? Sorry.
I'm sorry, 26.
926. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Beg pardon?
Please continue.
It gave the legislature power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples, not the power to redefine marriage. I can assure you that as a voting member of this party, that was amended. I thought that the vote was reaffirmed marriage as between opposite-sex couples. You, the legislature, obviously agreed, since the Hawaii Revised Statute 572C-2 states in part, the legislature finds that the people of Hawaii chose to reserve the tradition of marriage as a unique social institute based upon the committed union of one man and one woman. If you believe that we the people have changed our mind, then it is incumbent upon you to ask us again to vote yes or no on the bill. Again, the expression of the people which you represent is should obviously be your concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Hello, my name is Joy Hirkajo. I'm Japanese Chinese Hawaiian in the voting district of Kalihi, and my number is 648. I strongly oppose SB1. Listening to all the testimonies on both sides, everybody just wants to be heard. For who's for wants rights, and who's against wants rights. It's all exactly the same. So it's really about the process is a question. Is it being rushed? I believe it is. How long does a NORMA bill take? I believe it's a lot longer than 7 days. On average, it takes about 4 months. When a thought or an idea is introduced to the House or Senate, it's debated with the public opinions added in, and then it's voted on. And then, of course, it moves to the Senate or the House, and again, it gets debated again, and then it's voted on again. But, of course, you already know this. So are the people being heard? Well, possibly, because I do hear you asking really good questions. Is this the first time that there's thousands of people that came out to testify for one bill? I haven't heard any other bill that has that. I spoke to many people upstairs. They were Jehovah's Witnesses, Christians, Mormons, Catholics, Muslim, atheists, English as a second language, professionals, rich, poor, high school, middle school, elementary students. It must be something important to the public. Are there flaws in the bills? Definitely. Why would you pass a bill if there's major gray areas? Why not fix it first and then offer it to the public to review? Another thing is that maybe you could write it in where people can actually understand it. Layman's terms. I'm quite disturbed with the recent news that states that people from all backgrounds oppose the bill, and the legislative body already has somewhat of a decision. The ACLU states that the President Obama is actually on his way here to Hawaii. If that's true, why is he sticking his nose in? It's a state matter, not a president matter. Is he making calls to help things move forward? Is there money being lobbied? Is this why the bill's being rushed? Then if that is, then it actually makes sense. But would that be right? The polls do say it's 50-50.
Okay, thank you. Next, please come up.
Good evening. My name is Leroy Hall. My number is 718. And for me and my family, we say no to SB1. And this last 3 days, the Lord took me out of the Bible. He put me into the Webster Dictionary. He showed me the husband, a male partner in a marriage, a man, an old man, a spouse, a groom, a bridegroom. Then the second word he gave me was a wife, a female partner in a marriage, a husband and a wife who treat each other with equal in their marriage. The wife is a lady, a female human being, same as the man. He is a male human being. The wife is a bride, a homemaker, a housewife, and they take care of the kids, same as long as the husband. The third word was spouse. He is a partner of the wife, a husband, a man, an old man, a wife, and a lady. A lady is an adult female human being, same as a man. I was brought up in a traditional marriage. And my mom taught me no disrespect the man, no disrespect the woman. And this is disrespect, same sex. You should take the word out, marriage. You should put civil unions. You got them already. You should challenge the civil unions, not this same-sex marriage. Don't throw them on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
My number is 507. My name is Curtis Kanahele, and I'm here to voice my opposition to Senate Bill 1 because it redefines marriage in the state of Hawaii. Black's Law Dictionary defines marriage as, quote, the civil status of one man and one woman united in law for life, close quote. This is the definition of marriage that has been upheld for many centuries. It is based on this definition that legal and constitutional rights, benefits, and responsibilities have been designed prior to this century. Through SB1, the state legislature now proposes to change the definition of this time-honored union of man and woman upon which families, the fundamental core of civilization, are founded. I and many, many other voters of this state are vigorously opposed to any redefinition of marriage. The state has already granted benefits and responsibilities to same-sex couples through civil unions. A redefinition of marriage is unnecessary and wrong. Contrary to the verbiage of SB1, United States versus Windsor did not state that Section 3 of the Defense of Marriage Act, quote, unlawfully discriminated, close quote, against same-sex couples. The Supreme Court opinion was that the federal law should not impose a definition of marriage as between a man and a woman, while the state may define it more broadly to include same-sex couples. The majority of voters in the state of Hawaii do not want a broader definition of marriage than what has lasted for centuries. That definition is a union between a man and a woman. I urge you to oppose the Hawaii Marriage Act of 2013. Don't carry the responsibility of this act on your shoulders. This is such an important issue that it should be left to the voters to decide. We, the people, are ready to take on the responsibility. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Reeves, and my number is 944. I didn't come prepared or anything like that, but I can honestly say that I am opposed to this bill. I do believe in God. I love Him with all my heart. I have children. I am married. My main concern is you want to take my vote. You want to be my voice. You don't know me. And therefore, 10 years from now, how much more will my children lose when panels such as this sit before them and take their right to vote, and instead they speak on behalf of my children? I don't want that happening. I think that you guys should be able to listen to the people, allow the people to speak, let each individual vote what it is they particularly want, and also what they feel is right in their life and in their community and in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm 683. I used to be known as George Barish. I oppose the bill. I think you're premature. The Founding Fathers spent 85% of their Declaration of Independence stating what they called a decent respect for the rest of the world in explaining why they had a right to do what they did. You have spent no time at all. And I don't believe you have the right other than we shall because we can, which is wrong. One reason I say that is because all the world's true religions and great philosophies define marriage the same way thousands of years before humans invented government. So you are the representative of secular government that borrowed the term, and you have no more right to scribble over its definition than I would have to scribble over a Korean I borrow from my neighbor. The other thing is you've positioned this incorrectly. This is not about individual rights. This is about rights granted to specific kinds of partnerships. Secular law defines all kinds of partnerships, corporations, etc. Some of them that are devoted to one purpose are granted tax exemption. Some of them that are devoted to other purposes are not. Marriage was granted benefits because it was a partnership devoted to the conception of children and raising them. And that was of such great benefit to society that benefits were reasonable. Yes, you can define something else that you don't borrow, that you make up on your own, and you can give whatever benefits you feel are appropriate to unions for other purposes. But they cannot, by their own definition, be devoted to the same purpose as marriage. So I hope you reconsider, and instead of having 5,000 people given 2 minutes, you have a regular session when the topic can get an hour or two of decent debate. Thank you.
Please refrain from your comments. Okay, at this time we'll take some questions, but if we could ask 1,001 to 1,200 be escorted in, and if we can start prepping 1,200 to 1,400 upstairs. Okay, with that, any questions?
Madam Chair.
Representative Hoare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick point of clarification. I know we went through 1,000, but it's going to be, if somebody again missed their turn, they can come back because, again, the chair did say as long as you had a number, you could testify. So I just want to make sure we're still on the same page.
Well, I think we'll make that determination. It depends on how long this is going to go. I think at some point in time, if this is going to drag on for weeks, we would have to reevaluate. So why don't we reevaluate that as soon as we get through this segment, and we'll have a better idea at the end of the night. Or if it goes into tomorrow, I think we'll have a better idea.
Okay, but as of now, that rule still applies.
Well, as of now, we're already in the second round, so they are being given a second time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, can I please have Michael Abagon, please? Good evening, Mr. Abagon. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony.
Good evening.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find your testimony again. Okay, so you had talked about something about public accommodations.
That's correct.
And I want to be clear. Why are you, I'm sorry, are you a pastor of a church? Or
I'm a minister, that's
Okay, you're a
correct.
minister with the church. So why are you concerned that the public accommodations law is going to impact you here in this particular measure?
Most of our congregations don't really own properties, so it's really one of the least of our problems. But we feel that we do rent from churches that are not fully protected by this law. It's an open. The definitions are not clear. It does not give premises or boundaries. For example, it talks about membership, but a lot of our churches we rent from churches who don't define their membership, and some of our churches see the communities as their members. And we feel that if we are given this position, this situation, we feel like it's something that we have to say no to.
Okay, but I'm sorry. I'm still trying to understand the public accommodations part. What are you so concerned with? Because it's not even mentioned in this bill.
For the SB1?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I've read from the bill is that the definitions of memberships and all of that for the properties that's what I'm referring to when it comes to this bill.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abogado.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Fale.
You have the auntie from Fiji. Is she still here? Okay. Good to know you exactly know where your mother is, Atama. Okay, is she still here? When she returns, Madam Chair, is it okay to?
Or you can look for her outside. I don't know if, a lot of people waited a long time and I'm not sure if they left.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, the daughter's here. She testified just before her mother did.
In this segment?
Yes, in this segment.
What was your number?
Bulavinaka, sister.
Bulavinaka.
Good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to be here. I just had a quick question. And this question is just a background that you have from Fiji. I was just wondering from your background and heritage from Fiji, what are the attitudes in that part of the Pacific in regards to same-sex marriage? Are they close to passing same-sex marriage in Fiji?
No. Fiji is a very conservative country, and no, they're not close to passing any bill like that or any law like that.
When you hear those who, like Fiji, who are opposed to same-sex marriage and whether they're described as ignorant or bigots, do you believe that reflects the Fijian community and their attitudes towards same-sex marriage?
I mean, just like every other nation in the world, there's stages that we go through, right? It starts off conservative, and then different ideas are introduced. And right now, I mean, as it's still a very Christian conservative country, as it's a very conservative country, when the subject of homosexuality comes up, it does really make a lot of the people uncomfortable, just because it's new. But not that we're bigots or haters.
Would you say there was homosexuality in Fiji prior to European contact?
Sorry, prior
Was there homosexuality in Fiji prior to European contact?
No. Prior to...
Okay.
Before Europeans arrived in Fiji, was there a gay community in Fiji?
I mean, I wouldn't know because I wasn't alive back then, but it wasn't something that
she's a historian and she was there at that time. I don't know if she will accurately be able to answer your question.
Say again, Chair.
I don't think she was alive at that time, so I don't think she can accurately answer your question.
But okay. Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions,
May I do a follow-up,
Representative
Chair?
Ward?
Does Fiji receive any foreign aid from the United States?
Yes, that I know of, yes.
Okay, are you aware that the U.S. State Department has linked gay rights and human rights as the same and will cut off foreign aid if there's not something consonant in the statutes of those countries? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, that's something you can bring home with you. I think everybody should know that is actually now the unwritten law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Otherwise, we wanted to thank the testifiers, and we thank you for coming back for your second chance. Okay, we'll continue with the next set of testifiers. Please come up.
I'd just like to say aloha to all of you up there. My name is Jeremy Horton. I'm sorry I'm not feeling very well today. I'm a registered nurse and a former Pearl Harbor employee, nuclear submarine worker.
Thank
if you don't
Can
mind,
you state your name? Number, please.
1135.
1135.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just prepared a little story, and if you don't mind, if my husband could read that since I'm not feeling well.
Okay, go ahead.
2011, March 11, one of the most destructive earthquakes hit Japan. Massive tsunamis, catastrophic reactor accidents, second worst in human history. 2 days later, I'm on a MAC flight to Japan along with 15 others, a mixture of civilians and service members. Our mission, to provide radiological assistance to our military as they provided food, water, and aid relief to the people of Japan, Operation Tomodachi. If TEPCO, Tokyo Electric Power Company, had upheld the standards, vice taking shortcuts and just meeting the requirements of this this nuclear accident could have possibly been prevented. They built the emergency diesel generators and the DC power supply in the basement, which was susceptible to flooding, and TEPCO was warned from the engineers, research agencies, and even the US NRC of the design flaw, but they did not take heed the warnings. In my career, I am trained to always work at a standard that is set so much higher than the requirements, so that even if I make a mistake, if a mistake were to be made, it wouldn't be catastrophic. So what's my point? In this story, you guys are TEPCO. The people are the engineers who's voicing a flaw in your design. Marriage is the generators, and the Almighty God is the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. God, perfect, holy, and just, standards way up here, untouchable, has already designed marriage. Blueprints, the Bible. If we don't uphold the standards that God has already set in place.
Thank you very much.
Fukushima.
Can you say your number again?
1135.
Jeremy Horton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your name was Jeremy? Which one was Jeremy? Okay. Please come up. Next.
Legislature, brothers and sisters, before I even begin to state my name and my number, I'd just like to take this time to give God all the glory, all the praise. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord Jesus, our Lord and Savior. My name is Arthur Iona, and my number is 1150. And I strongly oppose SB1. In the name of Jesus, I strongly oppose SB1. How you guys doing up there? I've been praying. We've been praying for you guys. You guys been probably kind of been getting bust up, but you know what? That's all right. Glory to God. But thank you for letting me speak. Seriously, thank you for letting me speak. How you doing, my brothers and sisters over there? My brother, my oldest brother, you know, he's gay too, and I love him. His friend, who has been part of our family since I was a child, I love him too. So understand that we don't hate you guys. We love you guys. The Word of God says, a new commandment that I give unto you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. And by this shall all men know that you are my disciples, if you have love one to another. So I love you, my brothers and sisters, with all my heart. I really do. We don't get nothing against you. I just against the same-sex marriage thing. That's all I'm against. And I speak in my heart. I'm fighting for my God. But you know what? God is in control. He's always in control. Brothers and sisters up there, I strongly encourage you to do what is right, because you guys don't want to be accountable for this.
Okay, thank you very
Amen.
much.
Love you guys.
Thank you. Next up.
Aloha. My name is Robin Jumawan 1004. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I pray you were able to rest yesterday and to think clearly today. I strongly oppose SB1. I'm a grandparent, business owner, coach, counselor, disaster relief worker, and nonprofit board member. Each role is potentially threatened by this bill, which endangers my civil liberties and will force me to compromise my religious freedoms on a personal and professional level. We should never be forced to surrender one group's rights and religious freedoms for another's. I have gay friends whom I love and accept. I can support tax and legal benefits. However, as a Christian, I must oppose the redefinition of marriage and this special session. This bill will change society and affect everyone for generations to come. Why rush it? Too many issues not being addressed now will lead to big problems later. Why pass a bill known to be flawed, vague, and hard to interpret? As former Judge Aho testified, it's an attorney's dream that could bankrupt small businesses and individuals like myself. Like removing the dividing lines on highways, it will bring chaos and destruction, and the fact it can't be changed once passed is more threatening. We're supposed to be a democracy where the people vote and the leaders listen. Sadly, that's not happening. We voted. We submitted pages of written testimony, hours of oral testimony, 80% at least against this bill, yet it seems like some of you are not listening. Why? Where's the agenda? If you kill a man, he cannot be brought back. But if you kill this bill, it can be brought back in the proper way, the proper time, the proper conditions in place to protect every citizen's liberties and freedoms. I implore you, have ears to hear what the people that put you in office want. Be the voice for the people's choice and vote no on SB1. May God bless you and may God bless America.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
I have 8 seconds to say strongly we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha. My name is Ronald Bradbury. My number is 1084. Aloha ika aina ika pono. The land is perpetuated in righteousness. Righteousness. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., isn't the big building with a monolithic, building in the front? There's a 10 Commandments and Moses and Abraham on both sides. I don't know. I was told that. I've been to Washington, but I never noticed that. But maybe you guys can notice that next time you go there. But anyway, I strongly oppose this bill. I was raised with values, Christian values, growing up, and I have children, and I also have family members who are, gay, and live that lifestyle. We love them, and we cherish them as family. But the way this bill is going through, obviously you can see, the people. People against this, and just the way it's kind of ramrodding through, and how bills usually take the process. I think this bill needs due process. Yeah. It's not right. Doesn't feel right, and in the hearts, I hope you folks feel the same way too. That you guys can extend what the people. You guys represent the people. You guys represent the people. So hear our voices. Hear our voices and our concern for this bill. And for your families too, really pray about it, think about it. We pray about you folks. We love our opponents too, God says, love everybody, and we love them. I just feel strongly against the way it's being processed. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Aloha. My name is Kimmy Papalata, and my number is 1080. I'm just a simple girl from Nanakuli. I appreciate you giving us the time to listen to us. I strongly and adamantly oppose Bill SB1. I am asking you to allow the people to decide on the issue of marriage, as I believe the legislator is going against the will of the people. Please uphold the principles of democracy and the democratic process which are being disregarded in this special session, which is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The people who elected you to serve as their voices should have a say on this issue. Your yes vote in the special session is a clear no vote to democracy. We are a constitutional republic. It is a state where officials are elected as representatives of the people and must govern according to the existing constitutional laws that limits the government's power over citizens. It is a current form of government in the United States of America now. I ask that you folks please uphold your oath to the Constitution and the oath that you took here with the Constitution of the Republic. And I strongly oppose this bill, and as for me and my family, we will serve the Lord. And I don't think it's right that we represent you folks. We vote you folks into session, to be our representatives, and we're not being heard, and our voices aren't being heard. Like it says, while the storms, clouds gather across the sea, let's swear our lines to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. Please uphold your oath, I beg you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Carl Hall. My number is 1026. I am voicing my opposition to Bill SB1. As a believer in the Word of God for over 40 years, I believe in the marriage of one man and one woman. The possible laws that may come from the passing of this bill, I fear, will have a negative effect on how I and others can serve our God. From what I've heard and read, the passing of this bill will have a negative impact on my religious freedoms, my parental rights, and the education of our children. I ask that you please use wisdom and know within your hearts that the decision you make today will affect the generations to come. Ask yourself why we no longer have prayer in the schools. Why are the words "in God we trust" being considered to be removed from our currency? And why in the halls of justice the words of God cannot be displayed? I feel it's because God's people did not speak up and stand for what they believe is right. Tonight I speak for what I feel is right. I ask that you do not pass this bill unless you are absolutely sure that not only we, but our future citizens can live with the decision that you make. Please vote no and let the people decide their fate. Thank you for allowing me and the people to voice their concerns and taking the time to hear all those who have a voice to speak. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Just before the next testifier, those with numbers from 1400 to 1600, 1400 to 1600, please come downstairs and check in. Okay, next. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Joe.
Good evening.
Hi, Sharon. I'm Deborah Aona. I'm from Makakilo, and I'm a 40-old years of voting, married, children, the whole 9 yards. Pay taxes. I'm even retired at this point.
Can you state
I'm
your number,
also a Christian. And as such, I believe marriage...
I'm sorry, what was your number again?
Number.
Number, your registration
my
number.
1085.
1085, okay.
Thank you. Marriage represents the godly design and creation of male and female in his image for the express purposes of honoring him as creator and for the proliferation of mankind through offspring. Our human anatomy represents God's design and function perfectly and in totality for union between male and female, and as Genesis 2:24 says, that is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh in marriage. I consider marriage to be a fixed law of God, similar to the law of physics, a design not to be altered without severe consequences. SB1 doesn't say anything to help us feel comfortable about the religious exemptions we may have on a personal scale, or from for our pastors, our churches, and any of the fraternal organizations or religious organizations that we have in place. I don't think SB1, I don't like the idea that I don't support it, that it doesn't support the change in education. Our children don't know how to read and write. Please, let's not make this difficult. And I also want to know that you folks are, you're trustees. You were entrusted in 1998 to reserve marriage solely between man and woman. If you feel that you cannot
Thank you very much. Next,
cannot
please.
do your fiduciary duties,
I'm sorry,
let
please.
the people vote, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margie Gentilella. My number is 1166. And I've actually never really been politically involved, but this whole process has inspired me to start. And I'm starting now, so I'm going to keep it really simple. I gave my life to Jesus Christ 3 years ago. I'm speaking on behalf of Jesus, my Lord and Savior, as his voice. Jesus teaches us to love everyone, no matter where they're from or who they are, first and foremost. At the same time, we have to stand up for our biblical principle of marriage between a man and a woman. My children attend church and church functions at least 3 to 4 times a week. I worry that if the bill goes through, they'll be confused. They'll go to church on the weekends and in the evenings and learn about our Christian core values, then go to school and be taught that marriage between a man, woman, and man and woman are all acceptable. That's not what God intended for his people. He created an institution of marriage between man and woman, nothing else. As his ambassador here on earth, it is my responsibility to teach my children that. I worry about them and all our children. A child cannot be conceived between a man and a man or a woman and a woman. It is the people who have created a family dynamic which God did not create them for. It is for this reason that I'm fighting against SB1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Renee Salanoa Yosefa. I 100% am
Sorry,
against
number, please.
SB1.
Number, please.
1018.
1018. Thank you.
Yeah. I am here because I oppose SB1. As a resident of Hawaii for 25 years, I have a responsibility to uphold the law of this land. The fathers and the elites of Hawaii have already written in their constitution in 1840 that they acknowledge their need to be governed by a sovereign God. But as a wife and a mother of 5 boys, along with my husband, who are not here right now, we are here because our rights to worship our God freely is ignored. Our freedom of religion are not protected. We raise our children to know right from wrong, and to love others. But this bill is already creating a Hawaii that we are not familiar with. As we sign WAVE, starting on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, all morning and all to the night, as we sign WAVE, our children are already called bigots, hate words, words that my children do not understand because they have never seen it modeled at home. They have never seen it modeled anywhere in Hawaii. But that's exactly what this bill will do to our children in Hawaii. It will create a Hawaii that's filled with hate and chaos. I cannot hate the gay community. They are my family. They are my friends. They are my co-workers and my people. I am here because SB1 threatens the very heart of my belief and what I believe in. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys will consider and spend more time. Think about the consequences for the children of Hawaii and for our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Chair Rhodes and Luke and the rest of the House of Representatives. I believe in God, and I oppose this session
Can you
because
just, I'm sorry, can you just tell us your name and your registration number?
My name is Edith Irvin, and my number is 1045.
1045. Thank you.
I oppose this session because it circumvents the democratic process. A few days is simply not enough time to fully discuss such a complex, divisive social issue. What's the rush? None of the other states which which do not have the same-sex marriage are rushing through such a special session like we are. What happened to Hawaiian time? Rushing this bill without consideration has consequences. I oppose this bill because there are insufficient protections for religious organizations. Based on how it is currently written, my church would not qualify for exemptions. Also, there is not a single word on religious exemptions except religious organizations, charities, fraternal societies, businesses for me, or for businesses and for me as an individual. I'm sure you are well aware that individuals have been sued for speaking out after bills similar to this one were passed elsewhere. I urge you to consider my rights as well as to shield people like me from costly litigations. I want to remind you again that SB1 has not a single word to protect my individual rights. This is probably the most divisive issue you have ever faced because it strikes at the core of deeply held religious beliefs and individual rights. I think you are well aware that there are sizable portion of your Constitution who do not support this bill. I therefore urge you to vote no on this bill and to let the people decide because it is the right thing to do.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Aloha, my name is Ku'ule Adams, and my number is 1008. I am of Hawaiian descent, born and raised, well, actually born in Kalihi and raised in Nanakuli on homestay land. And I'm in favor of marriage between a man and a woman. This year I will be celebrating my 56th anniversary with the same man, the man I married. And I believe that aloha is from within a person, and aloha comes from God. So we could honor him with our aloha. I would like to see traditional marriage continue until Jesus comes. And because our motto is the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness.
Thank you very much. We do have your written testimony too. Mahalo. Next. Yep. Okay. Okay.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Ku'ule Puanani Tangunan. My number is 1231. I oppose the bill, and I am here today for my family and for God. I'm representing God right now. I am intensely nervous, but you pulled me out of my house today and from my children to come here to speak for the Lord. There's a scripture, 1 Timothy 1:7, and it says, the Lord does not give you a timid spirit, but a spirit of power, love, and self-discipline. The love part, I love everybody in here. I have the love of Jesus, and I love you all. I'm not here to hate on you. The power part is you guys. You have the power not to pass this bill. The self-discipline part comes from boundaries. There are boundaries that are set to protect us, to protect our children, to protect our Aina. We don't have to be like the mainland. We don't have to be like anywhere else. The Aloha Spirit comes from the Holy Spirit. I believe that. And if you break these boundaries, you will break the Aloha Spirit in Hawaii. You will lift up the hand of God from Hawaii. I believe that. And like I said, I have love for everyone. But I am here for my Father, God, and I'm here for my children. And I thank you very much for taking this time out to listen to my testimony.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Have a good night. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Lynn Arakawa. My number is 1392. I live in Waianae. Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, committee members. I oppose this bill because as it is currently written, it is a violation of our First Amendment rights under the Constitution, stating that Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The Free Exercise Clause prohibits the government from interfering with the person's practice of his or her religion. The religious exemption in SB1, as currently written, would not apply to my church or to any other church that I'm aware of. There is also no First Amendment protection for religious organizations, charities, schools, businesses, or for individuals like myself. Individuals have been sued for speaking out after bills similar to this one were passed elsewhere. I want to say again that SB1 has not one single word to protect my individual rights. I am appalled at the way this bill is being pushed through, without proper consideration being taken over the impact this bill will have on the people of Hawaii. I urge you to vote no on this unconstitutional bill and allow the people of Hawaii to decide the course this state will take in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Scott Shirishi, number 1307 from Makakilo. I would first like to thank Representative Sharon Har for her stance on this issue. Thank you, Ms. Har. Admittedly, I didn't vote for you in the past election, but I'll be sure to correct that mistake. I oppose this session because it circumvents the democratic process. I believe that the people of Hawaii have already spoken. The 1998 constitutional amendment gave the legislature the power to reserve marriage to opposite sex couples, not the power to redefine marriage. I can assure you that as one who voted for that amendment, I thought that I was voting to reaffirm natural marriage. You, the legislature, obviously agreed, since Hawaii revised statute states, in part, the legislature finds that the people of Hawaii choose to preserve the tradition of marriage as a unique social institution based upon the committed union of one man and one woman. If you believe that we, the people of Hawaii, have changed our minds, then it is incumbent upon you to ask us again. To vote yes on this bill is to vote against the expressed will of the people, which you yourselves have previously acknowledged. I oppose this bill because there is not a single word on religious exemptions for religious organizations, charities, fraternal societies, for businesses, or even for me as an individual. I'm sure you are well aware that individuals have been sued for speaking out after bills similar to this one was passed elsewhere. I urge you to consider my rights as well as to shield people like me from costly litigation. Let me state again that SB1 has not a single word to protect my individual rights. This is probably the most divisive issue that you've ever faced because it strikes at the core of deeply held religious beliefs and individual rights. I think you are well aware that there is a sizable portion of your constituency that do not support this bill, including myself. I therefore urge you to vote no.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Lisa Claus, and my number is 1247. I like to say no big no to same-sex marriage to be written in the law and considered as traditional marriage, same as traditional marriage. Long time ago, when I was 12 years old, I was very much impressed to learn that America is one nation under God. Since I came to America, I have seen many changes for our equal rights as a human being and hope they are all for betterment for all of us. However, to change the law to accept the same-sex marriage as same as traditional marriage, which was already defined by God as a sacred unison between man and woman, is going too far. What do you think we are? Who do you think we are? Are we as supreme as God? God laid out rules for us ever since Adam and Eve, simple and easy rule for us to follow and thrive and progress generations after generation to come. Witnessing your sons and daughters' births are really miraculous and sacred experiences for a man and his wife who are joined together by God and in the presence of God. In my opinion, it is
Thank you very much. Before the next testifier, just wanted to say again that if you have a number from 1,400 to 1,600, I hope you're down here already. 1,400 to 1,600, please come down to the chamber level quickly. And 1,600 to 1,800, get ready and make your way down to the chamber level as well. So 1,400 to 1,600, please come quickly. 1,600 to 1,800, come as soon as you can. Okay, next testifier.
Thank you, Hawaii, and may God bless us all.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Kevin Oliveira, and my wife is Rania Oliveira. My number is 1542. We live in Kapolei, and we attend New Hope, Leeward. First, I start off with Watarash. My wife and I believe and serve only one God, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, our Heavenly Father above. One of His commandments is to love thy neighbor. I have nothing against the LGBT. In fact, some of my family members are gay. So it is not about being against anyone or their preference, because that would make me a hypocrite. However, I've been with my wife for 20 years and happily married for 4 of those years. Therefore, I strongly oppose Bill SB1 because I believe in a traditional marriage. Between my wife and I, we have 7 children and 8 grandchildren. I have the responsibility of protecting them and their future. I'm afraid that they are subject to the fact of standing up for their rights and beliefs may cause them to end up in jail. Also, I believe we need to protect human race. God made Adam and Eve. There's nothing else to say. I understand that you all are caught in between a rock and a hard place, but you have the ability to make a decision based on the fairness of everyone that will be affected by this bill. If you were to ask me what I would do if the shoes was on my feet, I would tell you that as long as I stay true to who I am and what I believe in, then nothing else matters. You were put in this position because that's exactly where God needs you to be. And no matter what, He is always in control. So please hear what we are saying. Do not pass this bill so that it won't take away the freedom and religions, our rights and beliefs. Don't take such a drastic bill that will change the lives of many into your own hands. Let the voices of Hawaii be heard. Let the people decide. Thank you.
Next up.
Good evening. My name is Alfred Mina. My number is 1412.
I have a testimony, but I threw it out about 3 days ago because I've been waiting for so many times. But I just wanted to say one thing to the people with the rainbow leis. Thank you for wearing them. The reason why I say thank you is because what you wear around your neck is a representation of the Lord. The rainbow is a symbol of peace and of justice. And I actually am against SB1. So as you raise your hands, as you acknowledge what I just said, remember that what you wear around your neck represents God's love for you. I'm against SB1 for one reason only, is because it doesn't give enough to us in the clergy, we that minister, enough, there's something to stand on. Because when you come knocking on our doors and you say, hey, we want you to marry us, we have no other recourse if this passes. You shake your head and say, no, that's not the case. But I'm also from Massachusetts. I was born there. Okay? So I love you, sister, over there. So it's one of those things you think about. What are we going to do 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, when we start seeing the ramifications of this bill passing? We don't know what's going to happen. And that's the scary part. We really don't know. So I'm asking you guys, I'm pleading with you, on behalf of my family, on behalf of my church members, on behalf of the community that we represent, take the bill, look it over once again, take all the doo-doo out of it, and make it right for everyone. It's hard. It's really, really hard. Amen, guys? Amen. Thank you.
Next up, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cynthia Silver. My number is 1599. I am here because I oppose SB1. And I'm also here because I stand for our God. In Revelation 22:13, it says, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the beginning and the end, the first and the last. So if you will allow me, in the name of Jesus, I pray over your mind that your thoughts are on God and His word. In Jesus' name, your mind is secured in the blood and protected. Lord Jesus, thank you for giving a sound mind. Psalms 127 says, I search for peace, but when I speak of peace, they want war. Peacemaking is not always popular. Some people prefer to fight for what they believe in. The glory of the battle is in the hope of winning, but someone must be a loser. The glory of peacemaking is that it may actually produce two winners. Peacemaking is God's way. So we should carefully and prayerfully attempt to be peacemakers. Give God what is God's. Give LGBT what is theirs. And if that's money, give them the money. Thank you.
Next up, please.
Aloha mai kākou. My number is 1432. My name is Landon Kui'o Iolani Adams. I'm a Kanaka Maoli, native Hawaiian, from Nanakuli, now reside in Waianae. I strongly oppose to the SB1. Being native Hawaiian, ohana is everything. I don't want my nakiki, na haumana, na opio, all the way to our kupuna to be exposed to this bill. To me, same-sex marriage is like an approval of sin. Totally heva. That is okay to sin. You know, I don't get it. I've been raised knowing the Creator, which is God, Akua, Io, who created everything you see here. But what God holds most dearly is each and every one here, around every one of us over here, around the world. Every man and woman were created in His image. And He gave us the most awesome thing besides His awesome forgiving grace. And that is choice. I believe it's a choice to know what is right and wrong. And you can choose to do wrong or right, sin or not to sin. We cannot redefine marriage. It is God's. It is God's. Only Him can say, not man. I'd like to mention to all of you using the Hawaiian gods and deities and stuff like Aikane and that. All that stuff came from Kahiki or Tahiti, just to let you guys know. From Pa'ao. The real Hawaiians, the first Hawaiians was peaceful, with no wars, worshiping the one true God, Keakua. God, Io. Do your research. Mahalo. Mahalo anui.
Next up, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eunice MacDonald. My number is 1499. I stand here today not just as a registered voter and Christian, but as a concerned mother and military wife who has sacrificially endured the stressors of assignments, deployments, and relocations because of my deeply rooted faith in which our great nation and state were founded on. We the people. Therefore, I oppose SB1 because we the people voted a constitutional amendment in 1998 giving the legislator the power to limit marriage between the opposite sex couples, and the only legitimate way to change this would be to let we the people decide. So I humbly request that you vote no on this bill and that you not take away the very freedoms and liberties that our founding fathers and my husband fought so valiantly to protect. Please allow for true freedom to ring freely for all the people in the great state of Hawaii by allowing we the people to decide on this sensitive issue. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all in abundance.
Thank you. You were 1494, right?
Yes. No,
Thank you.
1499.
1499. Thank you. Okay, next up, please come up.
Hi, my name is Lupe Lewis, and I'm number 1540. I first want to thank each and every one of you for being here for all these long days and long hours and taking away from your family and listening to all the voices of our citizens here in Hawaii. I come here in peace and not to speak maliciously about anyone. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I feel this bill needs to be rewritten to protect not only certain groups, clergy or churches, but to protect individuals as myself, which includes the employer, the employee, small businesses, schools, public or private. My husband and I have a small business, and we feel that under this bill, our religious freedoms are not going to be protected. I'm not here to take away any rights from anyone or any group. I believe everyone has the right to live their life as they choose, and I'm thankful that I live in a country that allows me the same freedoms. In relation to the federal benefits, I feel that same-sex couples should have the option to receive them without redefining the definition of marriage. I thank you again, and I ask you kindly to reconsider passing this bill and to rewrite it with more careful thought so that all Hawaii residents and citizens are considered and protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Salva Elazigi, number 1422. I am opposed to SB1. Marriage is an institution which was ordained by God, starting with Adam and Eve, to bring forth children to be raised in a loving family environment. Marriage is sacred between man and woman. If a gay couple wants an official declaration on their love, along with all the government benefits, they have civil union available to them. But please amend those laws to include the benefits they need. But please leave the definition of marriage alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Luke and Chairman Rhodes, wherever you are, and distinguished committee. My name is Amy Moore. I'm from Waikele, and my number is 1589. As a registered voter in this state of Hawaii, I want to say that I strongly oppose this SB1 bill. When I voted for the 1998 constitutional amendment, I thought that I was voting to reaffirm natural marriage. That is, a marriage between a man and a woman. I did not vote and will never vote to give any of you the power to redefine marriage. Give us, the people of Hawaii, the right to decide on this bill. Let it be our own decision to make. Put the blame on us, whatever the outcome may be. Or we will all, the people of Hawaii, put the blame on all of you. We are all in this together. We all have the right to believe what we believe. So let us decide, please. Thank you for your time, for listening to all of our testimonies, and may God bless you.
Thank you. At this point, let's take some questions so that we can let people who've been waiting to testify, get them to go home. Okay, questions? If not, thank you, testifiers, for coming back second time. Okay, we'll take the next set of testifiers. Please come up.
Good evening. My name is Sasha Moore, and my number is 1594. I'm 18 years old and a newly registered voter here in Hawaii. I would first like to thank all of you for your patience to endure through the many testimonies and for the heart to allow the people to speak out. I am in opposition to Senate Bill 1 for various reasons, but only wish to point out a few. I understand that as the House of Representatives, you have total control on what to do with this bill, but I would like to ask that you let the people vote on this so that no matter the outcome, it will be the future we chose for ourselves. If not put this to a vote, I ask that you would at least bring the bill to a regular session to allow the proper time to thoroughly think through such an important topic. As far as the context of the bill, the religious exemptions deeply concern me. This new bill would take away many churches and personal business owners' First Amendment rights, forcing them to go against their religious belief system. I understand that there are exemptions already in the bill, but don't feel that they're descriptive enough to protect churches that wish to open their doors to the public. The bill states that this is for marriage equality. However, I feel that many religious rights are being taken away from so many others, and extra rights are being given to the same-sex marriage couples. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Next up, please come up.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Remember Lopes, number 1421. I oppose this bill. I have three very important reasons why I oppose this bill. The first and most important reason is that this is not of God. God created the earth, He created man and woman. The second is that God created man and woman so that they can procreate and fill the earth. Third is the most precious to me, is how my 17 mo'opunas will be taught about sexual preference in school if this bill is passed. I stand for the children of Hawaii. It is scary to think that you, the committee, holds their future in your hand. My ohana and I oppose this bill and ask that you vote no on SB1. Let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Chair Rose, Chair Luke, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Lynette Vio. I'm from Nanakuli, and my number is 1506. First of all, I would like to bless each one here and each person on the committee. May the Lord bless your ears so you may hear the people's voices. May He bless your eyes so that you can see clearly. May He bless your heart so you can know the difference between what is right and wrong. May the Lord open your mind and fill it with His wisdom. May He also fill you with peace. I too am opposed to this bill, SB1, because it takes away my individual right as a citizen of Hawaii. I feel same-sex marriage is a sexual preference, not a divine right of God. The Lord says from Malachi 2:15, didn't the Lord make you one with your wife? In body and spirit, you are his. And what does he want? Godly children from your union. This is my belief, and I stand by God's will. I pray that you vote no to this bill SB1. I thank you for allowing me to speak, but most of all, I thank God for his goodness and strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now, we're in the 1400 to 1600 block. If you are in the 1600 to 1800 block, please register. And if you are in the 1800 to 2000 block of numbers, please start gathering to come down for registration. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Rich Curran, 1556. I'd like to read an excerpt from a letter written by a man over 2,000 years ago. For a time is coming when people will no longer listen to sound and wholesome teaching. They will follow their own desires and will look for teachers who will tell them whatever their itching ears want to hear. They will reject the truth and chase after myths. This man was not a prophet, but he sure nailed it as far as I'm concerned. I'm opposed to SB1. I don't want it amended. I want it dead. There seems to be two issues here that need addressing: the definition of marriage and the granting of benefits to the LGBT community. It also seems that these two issues can be resolved fairly easily if our elected officials really want to resolve them. Abercrombie and a large group of elected officials really don't want that to happen. They want their way or the highway. They are not interested in what the majority of the people want, or we would not be here today. Our elected officials were elected not to represent their own personal views, but rather to represent the will of the majority of the people. I understand that they also have an obligation to see that the minority is not neglected. You can do that. You can kill this bill and leave the definition of marriage alone. And then you can amend the Civil Unions Bill to give the benefits to those who wish to go that route. Is that so hard? Or am I right? You don't really want to represent the people. You just want to have it your way.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello, and thank you for having me speak. My name is David, and I am a member of New Hope Leawood. I've spent 26 years in the United States
Can you state your number,
Navy.
please? Number. Your
I have spent 26 years
registration number, please.
My number? 1434.
Thank you.
Okay. I've spent 26 years in the United States Navy, and I'm a retired veteran. I've spent more than half of my life visiting other countries and states, and I've seen the good and bad in all places I have visited. I chose to live in Hawaii because of the good things that I have seen there. There are two main reasons for this decision. One was because of the widespread Christianity beliefs in Hawaii, and the second was the moral beliefs that I've seen on a day-to-day basis. For that reason, I felt that I could raise my son and daughters to be positive role models with biblical backgrounds and the Bible as their instruction manual. If SB1 passes as it is written, this would not only cause a conflict with the Bible and Christianity beliefs, but has a possibility for our residents to lose faith in the state because of dictatorship. I pray and beg you to let the people vote to help restore faith to our state and set an example and standards for our country. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha. My number is 1596. I'm Jerry Yasuhara from Kapolei. I am the mother of 2 and have 3 beautiful grandchildren. I really appreciate that you are taking the time to listen to all of us. I oppose this session because it rushes the democratic process. I believe that the people of Hawaii have already spoken. In 1998, when I voted for the amendment to our Constitution, it was my understanding that I gave you the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples. I never thought that I was giving you the power to redefine marriage. I cannot recall any discussion about this possibility prior to the election. I oppose this bill because there is not a single word on religious exemptions for fraternities, organizations, charities, businesses, or for me as an individual. I hope you recall that former Judge Elwin Ahu described this bill in its current state as a lawyer's dream. I urge you to consider my rights and protect common citizens like me from costly lawsuits. I am most concerned about parental rights. Not one word in this bill preserves the rights of parents to opt their kids out of classes which they consider to be contrary to their moral or religious beliefs. This is definitely not right. You hold parents responsible for raising their children, so please protect their rights to do so. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on this bill, and if you think we have changed our minds, you need to ask us again. Thank you.
Next up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Axalud. Number is 1651. Before I came in here, I was thinking that what if when I talk it thunders? But that wouldn't be necessary because the Word of God is alive and active. It's sharper than any two-edged sword. And it penetrates even to dividing the soul and spirit. And it judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. I come here today in the hopes that you will hear the voice of God. Have we forgotten that you, America, have become the most blessed, most powerful nation? Do you know the reason why? Just in case you don't know, it's in the dollar bill. It says, "In God we trust." But that isn't a guarantee, because the way we are doing things right now, I don't know if that blessing will be continued. Have we forgotten that you, everyone, is created in the very image of God? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten that with the 7 billion people that are alive, was born from a man and a woman? Have you forgotten that we're gonna all die? And that's without your control. We have no control about that. And we're gonna be appearing before God. And we'll be accountable for everything that we do here on earth. So, I don't know what your thoughts are, but
Okay, thank you very
we have
much.
hope.
Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Vivian Malzahn. My number is 1797. I am a registered voter from Ever Beach, and I'm opposed to Bill SB1. This is an important bill, and a special session simply does not allow enough time to adequately discuss all the issues. There is no reason why this bill cannot be heard during a regular session and given full consideration to ensure that all constitutional rights and privileges are protected. I lead the women's ministry at my church in Hawaii. To plan a major event of 500, my committee will take up to a year to ensure that every detail and caveat has been discussed, vetted out, and addressed. I wonder how this committee in good conscience can consider passing such a bill that is poorly written in the limited time frame that this special session has, and that it will affect the entire population of our state forever. A yes vote in this session is really a no vote to democracy. The right and democratic thing to do is to let the people decide. The religious protection clauses in the current bill do not protect individuals' First Amendment rights, including freedom of speech and the freedom of religion. The bill should reaffirm individual rights to speak freely and to freely practice their religious beliefs, even if such beliefs do not endorse the homosexual lifestyle. In other states, there have been incidents of people being sued, fined, and even jailed for speaking out against or refusing service to same-sex unions. This is a direct violation against our First Amendment. My questions and concerns are these. What provisions and protections are written in this bill that protect a pastor, a priest, a rabbi, a church, a mosque, a temple, a photographer, a wedding and event planner, a caterer or florist, or any other business person to perform or provide services for a same sex, or to choose not to perform or provide services for a same-sex union, or wedding, or baptism, or baby dedication, or birthday, or any other event because of their religious beliefs?
Thank you very much. Again, if the block from 1800 to 2000, if you could come down so you can check in at the registration desk. 1800 to 2000. We are currently in the 1600 to 1800. Okay, please come up next.
I am Elizabeth Codines. My number is 1615. I have a Bachelor's of Science of Nursing degree from Hawaii Pacific University. I have been married for 21 years to an honorably discharged member of the Marine Corps, and we have 3 children of ages 20, 13, and 6. We attend New Hope Leeward. I oppose this session because it disregards the people's vote. I believe that the people of Hawaii have already spoken. In 1998, constitutional amendment gave marriage to opposite-sex couples, not the power to redefine marriage. I oppose this bill because I have 2 school-age children that attend public school. I am opposed to have them learn about alternative ways of sex. In schools, we have moved from teaching the children abstinence to the health dangers of sex out of wedlock to teaching them how to use a condom. We have moved from allowing the children to pray and express their belief in God to not even being able to say the Pledge of Allegiance because it mentions God. And look where we stand now, attempting to pass a bill that further degrades our core values. I oppose this bill because it goes against our forefathers and this nation's beliefs, which is under God. I oppose this bill because it sets God aside. It's saying that we don't agree with God and we're going to change his decree. If we set God aside and do as we will, what will become of this nation? What will become of the state of Hawaii? What will happen to the people? God gives us free will. He gives us the choice to live the lifestyle we want. He gives us the choice to believe what we want to believe, not the choice to change his decree. Why you, the legislature, are not giving the right to the voters to choose? I oppose this bill.
Thank you. Next up.
My number is 1727. My name is Betty Ito, and this is my husband, Richard. I'm testifying in behalf of both of us. We live in Nuuanu and have been registered voters for all of our adult lives. After 5,000 testimonies, probably everything I will be saying has already been said. But I feel, or we feel, that it is important that our voice also be heard. We wish to express our strong opposition to SB1 for the following reasons. 1, we believe that it is against the United States and Hawaiian Constitution. 2, It is against the laws of nature. 3, it is against God's law. 4th, the majority of Hawaii citizens have voted against this issue. 5, it will open a Pandora's box of related issues of a moral and sexual nature. This very decisive issue should not be rushed and should be decided by the Hawaiian voters. As mentioned earlier, the majority of the Hawaiian citizens have repeatedly voted against this issue. I urge you to vote no on this bill or let the people decide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to call up Uilani Feleunga, if she's still here.
My name is Uilani Feleunga, and I oppose this bill. I'd like to first thank you guys for being so accommodating to my medical condition.
Thank you. If you can speak into the mic,
Okay.
and for the member, she is 4886, but we're giving her a medical exemption. She just missed the cutoff when we were calling the 4,000, so we're allowing her to testify at this time.
Thank you. Okay, like I said, I oppose this bill, and I ask to please let the people vote. I believe we all have a right to choose who or what we want to be in this life. I believe same-sex relations is a choice unless you are the rare exception and born with male and female parts. I had a cat that was that way, that's why I say that.
Audience, if you could
I
show some
believe,
respect and
if you're
refrain.
born with 2 parts, then it's not a choice. I have heard of many say that being gay or lesbian is not a choice, that they are born that way. Therefore, they deserve equal rights. I have heard of gay or lesbians say they were gay or lesbian all their life until one day they chose to change that way. And now they are in a one-man, one-woman marriage and very happy with children. So I believe it is a choice, not born that way. So I ask that if the law is changed to give all people equal rights because of a chosen lifestyle, why not make gambling legal for the people who choose to gamble? They say that they have to fly to California to get married, to come back and receive benefits. Well, gamblers have to fly to Las Vegas if they want to gamble. That's just your choice. We have to fly to other states if we don't want to pay taxes on certain things. Everybody makes choices for the lifestyle they live, and usually you investigate the place you're going to live to see if it fits your lifestyle. So I ask to please let the people vote on this issue, being that it was already voted on in 1998, and the people chose not to pass this bill. And I find... Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Hi. My name is Debbie Dodulao. My number is 1690. Dear Honorable Chairs Rhodes and Luke and members of the Judiciary and Finance Committees, I am a registered voter from Mililani, a mother of 2, a concerned citizen, and I strongly oppose SB1. You've heard many testimonies opposing this bill because it has many flaws. Other people assume that the consequences that the people in Massachusetts face will not happen here in Hawaii. But are you all willing to take that chance? My family and I would be heartbroken and devastated if you chose to take that chance and gamble our lives based on mere assumptions. As elected representatives, you know that you can't truly represent the interests of all individuals in your district because there are always 2 sides. So I urge you to leave that decision up to the voters in order to get a more accurate representation of what the people of Hawaii want. In our household, when we have to make a big decision, we pray on it and wait for God's answer. And it can take weeks or months, but we wait upon the Lord because we know that the decision made will benefit every member of our family. What more when it comes to this entire state? Therefore, I ask you all to oppose SB1 or kill the bill. This bill would change Hawaii forever, and it will affect every individual. So why not allow the people of Hawaii vote on this matter come election time next year? Please don't make a rushed decision. Thank you all for allowing me to speak from the heart. God bless you, and I pray God gives you all the wisdom to make the godly decision. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up.
Aloha, legislatures. My name is Cory Nojima, and my number is 1855. I humbly ask you to vote no to SB1. I would like to thank your staff and anyone assisting with this process for your time and dedication to allow me and many others that have been here for the past week to speak our piece about this worthy cause. I was born and raised here. I'm a Christian, a Native Hawaiian woman, a mother, and a registered voter in the Aiea district. As a mother, I want to protect my son's future and generations to come by asking you to vote against this bill. I feel this bill is being rushed through without enough protection for our keiki and ohana, as well as my Christian beliefs. The possibility of businesses, churches, and anyone against this bill to have lawsuits brought against them is alarming. I don't believe an issue of this importance should be decided in such a short time, and furthermore, this bill is not well written to protect my rights. Please do not treat the people of Hawaii as smart and intelligent people who were smart enough to vote you into office, but simultaneously saying we are too ignorant to vote on this important issue. Again, I humbly ask that you give us our voice back and let us vote. Lastly, I ask that you remember your decision should not be your personal or political gain, but please put the welfare of the majority of the people, most especially the ohana, first. Please let the people decide. Mahalo for this time and opportunity, and I pray that God blesses all of you with his wisdom as you make this difficult decision. Aloha and mahalo.
Thank you. Currently, we are in the 1800 to 2000 block. Can anyone with 2000 to 2200 please report to the reception desk in the auditorium? Next up, please.
Number 1896. My name is James McLoves. I oppose SB1, and I'll say it later what is SB1 stands for at the end. Mabai get kicked out now. But anyway, I'm a father of two. I got my daughter here, is 13, my son is 15. He gave his testimony on Saturday. And all you guys turned from him, disrespect him, did not look at him while he was giving his testimony. I fear my kids of Hawaii, when they use their restroom, I'm going to have to, bad enough, I already go there and wait till they come out of the bathroom, just for any perpetrators. Now, I can be one perpetrator, just like a girl, go inside. What will happen after that? How are you guys going to justify that? And all the churches, I stand for all the churches. All these pastors going to get sued, the church going to get sued. Just, this bill can't even just go through. I don't even know how you guys, where is the governor in here? He called a special session. Why? Because he know if we all voted, then this would not even happen. But I feel all the kids of Hawaii, their education, there's going to be a lot of chaos, a lot of hate. Penny, I don't know. This is unreal. We shouldn't even have this discussion right now. By the way, my name is James McLaws, and I do not approve this message. SB1 stands for Stupid Bill Number 1. Thank you.
Next up, please.
Honorable Chairs Rhodes, Luke, distinguished members of the Judiciary Finance Committees. I am Craig Ishizaki from Mililani, and my number is 1948. I oppose the special session and SB1 for the reasons already expressed by so many others, so I won't regurgitate what has already been said. I have observed this past week the passion expressed on this bill. You have a very difficult task to find a way to preserve our beliefs, concerns, and values on both sides of the issue. If you cannot author a bill that stands on its own merit, minimizing litigation during the special session, then a prudent action is to examine, investigate, and evaluate this issue during the regular session and/or put it on a ballot and let the people vote. The same-sex relation issue has been discussed for decades, and civil unions became law. In 1998, when we voted, and I voted, marriage was defined between a man and a woman. But SB1 appears to be redefining the definition of marriage and imputing a different lifestyle on our society. The way I see this issue is like water and oil, two distinct lifestyles and beliefs and concerns. I believe merging the two cannot be done without denying one group's rights to favor the other. I am a Christian, and I believe God is the creator and created all of us as equals. As the creator, he gave us his instructions on how we should live here on earth through the Bible. He created marriage between a man and a woman and gave us a way of life to live through his Son, Jesus Christ. If we change God's instructions, we oppose God and take the position that we are above God. Whether you believe in God or not, we all will have to give an account one day to the one who created us. Vote no on SB1 and let the people decide. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. Rather, it's good evening now. My name is Yolanda Agsalud, and my number is 1871. I strongly oppose SB1 on grounds of my spiritual belief that the sanctity of marriage is reserved between a man and a woman, which was ordained since time immemorial. What is happening to our society now? Why do we have to fix something that ain't broke? Secondly, it circumvents the democratic process. We are now on the seventh day of this deliberation, and still it's not done. According to the KHON news last night, it is already costing us $34,000, and it's still rising. This tells me that few days is not enough to fully discuss such a complex and divisive issue. May I humbly ask, why are you such in a rush to make such a decision? Why do we have to go through a special session? None of the other states which do not have the same-sex marriage are rushing through a special session like we are. I heard another lady say us earlier, whatever happened to our Hawaiian time? This is probably the most divisive issue you have ever had to face because it strikes at the core of the deeply held religious beliefs and individual rights. I think you are well aware that there is a sizable portion of your constituency who does not support this bill. You are not a robot, so please vote no.
Next up, please.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Wayne Permito. Happily married from Eva. Happily married to Shirley.
Can you state your name and number again?
Oh, my number is 1942. Wayne Permito. Happily married to Shirley. Kids, Ryan, Brandon, Austin, and Alyssa. I oppose this bill because there is not a single word on religious exemptions for religious organizations, charities, fraternal societies, for businesses, or for me as an individual. I'm sure you are well aware that individuals have been sued for speaking out after bills similar to this one were passed elsewhere. I urge you to consider my rights as well and to shield people like me from costly litigations. Let me state again that SB1 has not a single word to protect my individual rights. Mahalos.
Thank you. Next up.
Good evening. My name is Luella. I'm a registered voter in Waipahu. My number is 1848. Hi, Representative Tai. Thank you, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke and House members. I am strongly opposed to Senate Bill 1. I want to address Governor Abercrombie and Blake Oshiro. Both of them are literally driving this train and yet are not taking the heat for this. I don't see any of them here listening to the thousands of testimonies. Why? Maybe they don't care. They probably already decided. He said that the majority shouldn't rule, but that the governor said if one voice stood out to him that he felt it was right to him, it'll win in his mind. What? I'm sorry, but who voted you in? Oh yeah, the majority, and that didn't include me. This whole sweeping session is orchestrated by the governor. I ask that he take responsibility, get down here, and listen to the testimony after testimony. Every one of you are voted in because you represent the majority. I don't believe what he said before a few days ago. Justice delayed does not mean justice denied. It's prudence and it's due diligence that needs rendering. Equality is the word that the LGBT community activists has to legitimize their fight. They already have equal rights and benefits, and they're going to fight for more, which is fine. But I don't believe that marriage is meant for the homosexuals. It's for the heterosexuals, and it doesn't equal, no matter how you say it, it doesn't equal out. You need another name to describe their relationship. Marriage is trademarked and patented for one man and one woman.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take some questions. No questions. Thank you very much. Okay, Representative Har.
Mr. Wayne Permito, 1902. Good evening. Thank you very much. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
How you pronounce them?
Permito?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Something that you said struck me. You said that I object to this bill because it gives me no protections as an individual.
Yeah, because I might say something that might put me in a risk with the law. They might sue me just because get this bill out when I just might be expressing how I feel.
So you have concerns that if this bill were to pass, or some type of same-sex marriage bill were to pass, that you as an individual, are you talking about your rights of conscience, your right to believe what you want to believe is under attack?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Otherwise, we wanted to thank the testifiers. Okay, next up, please.
One 1895. Aloha, my name is Denise Bartimus. I am a registered voter of Eva Beach, born and raised in Waianae. I represent my husband of 9 years, Jason, and my 2-year-old son, Jace. I stand by my written testimony, but wanted to add my thoughts from the last week, and I stand in opposition of SB1. I am concerned as a citizen, a Christian, Native Hawaiian, wife of a small business owner, and mother. The language in this bill is not strong enough to protect our religious freedom. This bill is intended to create a right, and protect the beliefs of few while infringing on the already established right of the many. And to do so in a special session while circumventing the will and voice of the people and not taking adequate time and doing your due diligence to vet this bill is lazy, arrogant, irresponsible, disrespectful, and illegal. What is not written in this bill, we know from other states the ramifications that such laws have had in other areas. One such area of direct concern to me as a mother is teaching of same-sex relationships or alternative lifestyles in schools. It is my right as a parent to teach my son the morals, values, and traditions our family holds dear. It is no more right for someone to make me teach my son about same-sex relationships than it is for me to make someone teach their child about God and the Bible. In closing, may I humbly offer some recommendations for you to consider. If this is truly a matter of benefits, then introduce legislation in Congress to recognize civil unions on a federal level and keep marriage defined as one man and one woman. If you pass this bill, you will have ignored the democratic process, wasted all our time, and spat on the grave of those who have died to uphold our freedoms. Do the right thing and let the people decide.
Next up, please. Next up.
Thank you, distinguished committee and chair, for your time. Aloha to the people of Hawaii and the LGBT community. My number 1913. My name is Walter Fujioka. I'm opposed to Senate Bill 1. I'm an Air Force veteran of 25 years. I served honorably. I have watched fellow brothers in arms give the ultimate sacrifice and have died to protect the rights of the people. I have done everything this country has called me to do. I'm calling you to do the right thing for the Aina. Okay. Fix the bill so that there are no loopholes and that there is no ramifications. Do not change God's definition of marriage. In order to accommodate the poor written bill, we the people are represented by you to do what is right. Our voices cry out. Do the right thing, listen to the people. Reaffirm your pledge to serve the Aina, not the cause. God's design cannot be changed, or we the people will suffer, and the people will be held accountable for your actions. Eyes to hear, eyes to see, ears to listen. Listen to the people, for they have chosen you to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Aloha, I'm Gail Andaya Aquino, registration number 1883. I was once a menace to society at one point in my life, but my whole life changed when I gave my life to Jesus Christ. I no longer was caught up with the self-desires and selfishness. I became not my own anymore, all because He saved me. Not to say that my human tendencies doesn't surface from time to time. We're all sinners. But I have the tools, the Bible and prayer, to suppress any emotion, to go back to my old ways. I say this because I am a product of a life change because of Jesus Christ. Not only that, I am a mother now. I need to care enough to see how this affects my children's future. And quite frankly, a 7-day session doesn't give me that time. If I can teach them about Jesus, well, maybe they can be saved early on from living a life like mine when I was a menace to society. If I teach them the ways of the Bible at home, including loving our LGBT community, and they go to school and learn otherwise, well, it would make it difficult for me to raise my child. The ways of the world versus the ways at home will be worlds apart. I also find it appalling that if this bill passes, there's a huge possibility that I will become parent A or parent B on my future children's birth certificate.
I am my child's mother. No one can take that away from me. I labored in the hospital bed, carried my children for 9 months to bring them into this world. This goes deep for me, and I'm sure for many mothers out there. I am a mother. Don't strip that title from me. Yeah, it's only a piece of paper, you say, but don't say that to your mother. It runs deep, I tell you.
Thank you.
I oppose this bill.
Next, please.
Aloha. My number is 2081. My name is Violeta Bernard. I am a registered voter from Kapolei. Thank you for the opportunity to let my voice be heard. I strongly oppose SB1. I lived in Hawaii for over 40 years, raising my family here and making Hawaii our home. As a mother and grandmother, there has been times when my children and grandchildren have asked for things to buy, places to go, things to do, and even certain people to hang out with. As a parent, it is my job to set rules and boundaries and not always have them do whatever they want. This is where loves come in. This is where we have to take authority and know when to say no. They may not always understand why, but we must do what's best for them. In the same way, you, the government, representing the people, must put your foot down, draw the line, and say no to redefining traditional marriage. God created marriage between one man and one woman. We should not change that just so people can receive certain rights and benefits. To be clear, I am against this bill, not the LGBT community. You can love people and not agree with their lifestyle. I am against this bill because, as the bill states, it will give them certain rights and privileges. However, at the cost of losing minds and many others' First Amendment.
Thank you very much.
I oppose this bill.
Currently, we're taking testifiers from 2,000 to 2,200, and if 2,200 to 2,400 could come to the reception desk, and 2,400 to 2,600 start getting ready to come down. Thank you very much. Please state your name and number.
My name is Stephen Kaibo Verd, and my number is 2085. Sorry. Hello, Honorable Chairs Rhodes, Luke, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1 and the way it's being presented to the people. I myself am a veteran, of a third-generation veteran. My grandfather fought for this country in World War II and also the Korean War, and my father fought for this country in Vietnam, and I followed suit. We love this country. Members in my own family have died for this country. I strongly oppose this bill because it's redefining the nature of one man and one woman being wed together. I don't see the purpose of rushing anything like this, a bill that has to go to a special session. It doesn't make sense to me. I would say something like this where the people, obviously there's thousands of people that have spoke on this issue, and it's very dear to, on both sides, very dear to everyone's heart. So to rush something like this through that is obviously dear and close to all of us, it doesn't really make sense to me. I know that I respect the position you guys are in, and I know that you have been put in that position for a reason, and I know that you'll do the right thing when it comes to considering this bill, whether or not to push it forward. Again, I humbly ask that you reconsider this special session and trying to rush things forward, because there's no reason to rush things of this nature forward. And I just thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha. My name is Matt Bright. My number is 2075. Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, members of the Finance and Judiciary Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. But most of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. I think all of us can really appreciate that. In 1998, I voted for a ban on same-sex marriage. Well, at least I thought I did. Yet 15 years later, here we are again. Did my vote count? I'm not sure. The 1998 amendment reads, the legislature shall have the power to reserve marriage to same-sex couples. Yet the governor, attorney general, and some legislators interpret this as allowing the legislature to enact same-sex marriage without the consent of the people. How is this possible? I believe on Thursday, when I was watching testimony from the attorney general, Representative McDermott asked him to read what the amendment stated. And his answer was that the legislature has the power to enact same-sex marriage. That's not what I see. That's not what I read. That's not what I voted for. But that's what the amendment says. I believe the intent of the people in 1998 was for a ban of same-sex marriage. I also believe in equal rights for all people. If the gays, lesbian, and that community want equal rights, I'm fine with that. But who are we to redesign God's definition of marriage? Who are we to change that? What's going to be next? An interpretation of the Ten Commandments? Where does it end? As legislators, all of you took an oath to defend the Constitution of the state of Hawaii. The preamble to that Constitution states, we reaffirm our belief in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I humbly ask you today to do what is right, to do what is just, to do what is pono.
Thank you very much.
Let the people vote again.
Thank you. Next up.
Aloha, Honorable Chairs, Rhodes, Luke, and members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committees. I fervently oppose Senate Bill 1 because of the language in the bill and the way it's presented to our state and the world.
Can you state your name and number, please?
My name is Derek Peterson, and my number is 2080. I'm a Kanaka Maoli, Christian, veteran, patriot, civil servant, and registered voter in Representative Collins District. My research has proven to me that not one state has spent the time to carefully write a bill that will attempt to address the entirety of the LGBT community. If a piece of paper and the money that they bring to our state is all this is about, then allow them to get it. But not this way. This bill goes much deeper. This bill affects every resident in the state of Hawaii, those who plan to and visit, and those not yet conceived. With that many people to be affected by a bill of this magnitude, why such a quick special session to vote on a hastily drawn-up bill and pass with the expediency of a roadside prostitute? I want you, the House members, to work with the Senate and spend the time to research and draft a bill that we as a state and for the majority could support and be proud to display to the rest of the world. I did not elect representatives, senators, and a governor to write and pass poor legislation. As written, this bill will affect small business owners, judges, and even the exempted religious organizations that allow the public to use their facilities. You will be imposing this bill on the state of Hawaii and an enormous population to satisfy 0.02% of our current population. Is it possible to amend the current civil unions bill to accommodate that 0.02% without changing the definition of marriage for the other 99.98% of the population? There is so much confusion about this bill. Kill Senate Bill 1. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up.
Aloha and mahalo for allowing us to be here to voice our opinion. My name is Amy Intendencia, and this is my husband, Henry Intendencia. We are under the same number, 2058. Where am I? We are registered voters. in Mililani. We're also active leaders in the community and retirees. We are coming up on our 40th wedding anniversary this coming January. I believe that marriage is between one man and one woman. And we stand here together for our 24 grandchildren and one great-grand, for their rights and for their future.
I'm a Vietnam veteran, fought for my country for freedom. For this freedom allows you and I the privilege to vote under the 15th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Wounded twice in Vietnam, and I stand here fighting once again. This bill, we object. SB1, totally. Thank you for the opportunity to appear for you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
My number is 2000. My name is Tyler Spencer. I'm a resident and registered voter of Oahu. As I understand, SB number 1, same-sex marriage or civil unions are given the same rights and benefits as traditional marriage. What is in debate is how these rights facilitate or disintegrate financial, educational, healthcare, social, and political ramifications in the lives of all Hawaiian citizens. I urge all residents of Hawaii to read the bill. Do not rely on anyone's interpretation of it for you. I plead with the government to let the voters decide. I believe in holy matrimony between a man and a woman, and I also believe that civil unions can have equal rights and benefits. I oppose the bill, SB number 1. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you very much. Next up, please. Yes, please come up.
Hi, my name is Jaylene Deliso, and my number is 2208. I strongly oppose this bill, and I know you folks heard things over and over these past days, but I just want to share my heart. I just come before you all to ask you to please not pass this bill. I believe that God created man and woman and designed that marriage be between only a man and a woman. God also told us to be fruitful and multiply. So how can a man or a woman and a woman create an offspring? It's just not a natural thing. If you allow this bill to go through, many people will get some kind of disease that is already out there because they will be practicing something that was not intended to be. Once again, it's just not a natural thing. But don't get me wrong, I love all different types of people, but I just do not support their lifestyles that they live. The good thing that is coming out of all of this is that many people are hearing the real truth of God's word. If this bill is passed, all of you who allow it to go through will be held accountable for it. So you all may change the laws of Hawaii, but you will never change the laws of God. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Currently, we're in the 2200 to 2400 block. I think we already called the 2400 to 2600 block. Please be ready to go. Okay. So next up, please.
Hello and good evening. My number is 2296. My name is Paul Ringhose, and I'm a registered voter. I strongly oppose SB1 because I feel it would be the wrong thing to do. If this bill was to pass, my children and other children as well will be taught about the gay lifestyle and the gay sex in the sex education school, and parental rights along with religious rights will be taken away. Why should my children be forced to watch something that my children choose not to watch? It ain't right. It ain't normal.
Could
We
I
are
ask
afraid
the
of the
audience
damage.
to settle down so I can hear this testifier?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, no, it's not your fault.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
It ain't right. It ain't normal. We are afraid of the damage and confusion it would cause for this generation and the next. And my wife and I are against it as well. A majority of the people of Hawaii cares of what this could do to Hawaii and to their families and to the churches throughout the state. Women's rights will be taken away if the opposite sex fails to use the restrooms. There's a lot that needs to be studied carefully before passing anything. So why rush this? Especially something like this. Every night before I myself or my wife puts my kids to sleep, we pray. And when I do, I pray for forgiveness of sins. I pray for protection and covering for the Hana and for the household. I pray for the leaders of the state and the nation. I also pray to express love and peace and respect for others, and to set an example. And sometimes we can get carried away by praying because all kinds of things will come up. And when we're praying, especially with things like this, and when we're done praying, my children ask, Dad, how would be the best way to set that example? I tell them, let them see the Jesus in you. So I, as a father, and my dear wife, do the best we can to teach our kids the best that we can and to teach good morals. And that marriage is between a man and a woman. So I humbly ask you to please vote no on SB1 and let the people decide. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank
God
you
bless.
very much. Next up, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jillian Ringhose. My number is 2315. I'm here tonight to oppose SB1. I'm here with my husband and my 3 children. I'm kind of worried about this bill because it goes against a lot of the morals that we have as a family. I have 5 older brothers and I'm the only girl. I'm the 6th child. And I don't have anybody gay in my immediate family, but I do have a lot of coworkers. I am a hairstylist. I'm in the field where there is a lot of transgender, a lot of gay people around. And I express my love to them all. There are my brothers and my sisters. Just like how I sin, they sin. It's against my beliefs, but I love them just as much. We go out to lunch, we do things together, it's okay. It's fun, but just don't express to me what you do in your own home. I don't express what I do in my own home. That's between me and my husband. So passing this law goes against what I feel I have a right to have. I have a right to be married to my husband, not just anything, anybody. If you pass this law, next who are we going to be able to marry? What else are we going to be able to do? And also the protection of my children, their rights of sex education in school. I took my daughter out of 5th grade sex education because they had stick figures showing where they stick things. They don't need to learn all these things. They're not at the age where they can comprehend things. So please vote no against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Aloha, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Monica Kaluhiva, and my number is 2365. I oppose this bill because there are insufficient protection for religious organizations. Based on how it is currently written, my church would not qualify for any exemptions. Also, there is not a single word on religious exemptions for religious organizations, charities, fraternal societies, business, or for me as an individual. I'm sure you are well aware that individuals have been sued for speaking out after bills similar to this one were passed elsewhere. I urge you to consider my rights as well as to shield people like me from costly litigations. I want to remind you again that SB1 has not a single word to protect my individual rights. I also have a question from my 12-year-old granddaughter, and she says, I am a future voter of Hawaii. What will you tell the future voters? Will their votes count, or will it ever matter? And tell me, what can I give her? What will I give her an answer? I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Good evening. My name is Tertia Koo. I'm number 2233. I'd like to say thank you very much, Chairwoman Luke and Chairman Rhodes. I really appreciate this opportunity to participate in this democratic process. And the first thing I need to say is you guys look the way I feel. Okay, I see the eyes glaze, I see people nodding off. Fortunately, I did get to take a little nap, and it wasn't in the eyes of everybody before you. So I applaud you. You're working really hard. That's what you were elected to do, and we really appreciate this. I stand in opposition of SB1. You know, this, I feel, has been such a fast-tracked bill, and I want to ask you to let the people decide. 15 years ago, in 1998, the people decided once, and they decided that traditional marriage should be traditional marriage, and that was between one man and one woman. So I ask you, please let the people decide. Part of my concern about the committee is that you folks already know what you're going to vote, and many of us here are just going through the motions. I awakened to sleep. 90 years ago, President Coolidge gave a speech about the duty of a citizen, and he spoke about voting. You know that 1 year from this date, November 4th, 2014, is Election Day. Please, I ask you, let the people vote. I stand here, I thank you for your time, I thank you for your hard work, and I thank you for allowing us to participate in this wonderful democratic process. Aloha.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Aileen Ivalani Cook-Palmer. I am number 2213. I am here in opposition of SB1. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. I am a mother of two and a registered voter of the Nanakuli district. I am a family physician born and raised in the Nanakuli area, educated in the public school system at Nanakuli. I still live and work there and play there every day. I am a product of my community who benefited from my blood as a Hawaiian, Black, Chinese woman of low income status. I fully appreciate equal rights. I believe in and am for equality for people, regardless of race, gender, or national origin. It is our civil rights. We do not choose this. However, sexual orientation, preference, same-sex marriage is not. I oppose SB1 because it circumvents the democratic process. On November 4th, 1998, the people of Hawaii have spoken. The constitutional amendment gave the legislature the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples. I voted. The people voted. Your people voted. 69% to 28% approved this amendment. I stand here today as a mother and a servant leader. I have never come to speak before any House or Senate committee, but I feel that you do not listen as we spoke in 1998. Instead, you are trying to suture my mouth closed, changing my words from 1998. On behalf of my family, on behalf of my God, I stand before you. If you believe that the people, we, the people of Hawaii, have changed our minds, then please ask us again. To vote yes on this bill is to vote against the express will of the people you serve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we'll take some questions. Any questions, members? If not, we wanted to thank the testifiers. We'll move to the 2400 to 2600 block. Thank you very much. Please proceed. And then at this point in time, if the 2600 to 2800 could also line up. Please
Ready?
go ahead.
My name is Michelle Galoyu. My number is 2542. I need to invoke the names of the late, great Patsy Mink, Daniel Inouye, and Martin Rice, all who believed in civil rights for all who believed in equal marriage rights for all. One of those House representatives sitting up there clerked for Patsy and would be so ashamed to see that she is not upholding what Patsy Mink taught her. Supporting civil, I read recently, the opposite of love is not hate, is fear. And that is what I've heard for over 20 years. I have been testifying on this same issue for over 20 years now. I know I don't look old enough, but I am an early childhood educator. I am part of NIAC, National Association for the Education of Young Children. One of our code of conducts is that we are to represent all our families and honor all our families. It doesn't say male and female. It doesn't say male and male. It just says all families. Pew Studies, the Harvard School of Early Education have done studies, and what is important in a child's life is to have a caregiver or caregivers who care about them, take care of their personal welfare, take care and love them. It doesn't say anything about gender. Making sure these children are safe and loved and appreciated is what is important. And my favorite childhood author, his name is Todd Parr. The book is It's Okay to Be Different. It's okay to have two mommies. It's okay to have two daddies. It's okay to eat macaroni and cheese in the bathtub. Please, I wholly support Senate Bill 1. Please pass this bill.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
My number is 2565. My name is Nora Schubert. Marriage equality threatens traditional marriage in the same way that abolishing slavery made freedom less enjoyable for white people. Think about that. I stand here in strong and unequivocal support of SB1 and my fabulous and amazing gay family members and friends. For the record, I am straight, but definitely not narrow. I stand by my written testimony, and I add the following. I have listened to much of the testimony presented. It was repeatedly said that this bill is being rushed and that the people need to decide the marriage equality issue. I'd like to remind everybody present that the people did decide in 1998, and they gave the authority to our legislature to take action when necessary. This is the time that it is necessary to take action. How is this special session rushing an important civil rights matter that has been waiting over 20 years to be made pono? 20 years. Taking action now is not rushing marriage equality. The LGBT community has waited 20 years, and I say they have waited long enough. The civil rights of a minority group should never be put to a popular vote. Marriage equality is a civil right. History proves that if slavery, racial segregation, and the right of women to vote had been left to the people to decide, we'd still have slavery, segregation, and women like myself would not have the right to vote, and we would still be the property of our fathers or our husbands. Times change, societies change, the world around us changes. Charles Darwin said that it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Fear of change can be paralyzing and inhibit the ability of people to grow, expand, and evolve. Life is not static, even a rock changes over time. I implore you to pass SB1 because it is a civil rights matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Hello, my name is Tiana Wilkinson. I'm number 2544. I am in support of SB1. And thank you, I want to say in contrast, thank you for not rushing this process. This has been really amazing to see that we've all gotten to have our voices heard, and I really appreciate that you guys have taken that time. I'm from Waiahole Valley. I live in Kaneohe now, and I work in Waianae. I've been here all week, or last week and this week, and what I've really seen is just people are scared. They're scared what's going to change if marriage equality is passed. And I'm here to say I'm from here. I lived a short time in Massachusetts. I met the love of my life there. And we got married in Massachusetts. And we had all of our family and friends around us, many Christians. And it was an event about love, and our marriage has only been about love since then. We're not interested in walking around talking about what we do in the bedroom in public. That's not what marriage is about, right? We just want to be able to love who we love and to be legally recognized and have the same rights legally in the courts. That's all we're looking for. We're not looking to change curriculum. Let me tell you, if I'm getting a wedding cake and you're not supportive of my marriage, then I'm not going to get a wedding cake from you. I'm going to choose to get it from someone else. So I just want to reiterate, this is about love. There's so much about, this isn't about discrimination. This isn't an equality issue. But for those of us who have sat in this audience, I've watched our allies cry, going, I can't believe you guys put up with this all the time. And this is what we live with, right? For those of us with lays, that we wear lays every day of our life, metaphorically. I mean, this is our lives, and people are discriminating against us. And how powerful would that be if we weren't before the legislature? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Good evening, honorable chairs, vice chair, and members of the committees. My name is John Luna, number 2595, registered voter out of Kaneohe. This SB1 bill divides our Aloha state. When SB1 intends to convey certain rights to the LGBT community, but simultaneously undermines long-established First Amendment rights of religious expression, it is a seriously flawed bill and should be rejected outright. The governor got it wrong when he testified that everything that needed to be said has been said. I was compelled to testify before you, and I also attempted to do so in the Senate, because so many others have not been able to testify or cannot testify. As elected officials, which includes the governor and Senate, your constituents are all the people of Hawaii, and not just those who voted you into office or those with the loudest voices. Your constituents also include the huge block of unregistered voters who, for one reason or another, did not participate in the elections. And my concern is for the thousands upon thousands of children who have no voice. I'm standing for my school-age children and their generation because your decisions affect them directly. Are we not trying to reach pono, bring people together and do what is right for all of Hawaii? This SB1 should have been straight up entitled Relating to Marriage. Call it marriage and spend the time exploring the ramifications and consequences of what a same-sex marriage law will bring to Hawaii. Let all the people of Hawaii understand what's being proposed and then deliberately and conscientiously vet it out. It was just plain wrong to label equality, say the bill is just about equality, then attempt to slide it by an uninformed public in a short special session. I liken SB1 to a contract that I'm about to be asked to sign without really understanding the terms, conditions, fine print, and consequences. If I sign that contract without true understanding, I abdicate my responsibility over my family. I also reject Special 1 because too many learned people, including State Attorney General, cannot explain how the law has been applied.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My number is 2498. First off, thank you very much for sitting up there for the past couple of days, allowing the people of Hawaii to share their testimony. I am Terry Luna, and I oppose SB1 in this special session. While I may oppose this bill, I don't oppose or hate the many LGBT friends and family that I have in my life, whom I love dearly. However, as a mother to a 15 and a 5-year-old, their education is very important to me, and it concerns me about the possible shift in their curriculum. Should this bill pass, please allow the people of Hawaii to decide on changing the definition of marriage, which should be between one man and one woman. Amen.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Ivan Nishimura. My number is 2474. I am a lifelong resident, registered voter, and taxpayer in the state of Hawaii. To this legislative committee, mahalo for the opportunity to exercise my privilege as an American citizen to address you all. I would like to state for the record that I am strictly opposed to Senate Bill 1. Marriage is not a right nor a civil right. Marriage is and has been a sacred sacrament between a man and a woman that was secularized and turned into laws by governments. This bill, as it is written, is flawed, and it oversteps the boundaries of my First Amendment rights guaranteed to me under the U.S. Constitution in regards to exercising my religious freedoms. I also feel that this special session is not long enough to fully vet through this controversial issue and does not allow for any amendments that can be made to this bill. It seems that this bill is trying to be rushed through for the political interests of a few, not for the entire welfare of the people of the state. No other state in this union is rushing to pass this law, so what's the real rush in passing this bill through? I humbly ask these committees to consider killing this bill today. If you pass this bill, you will show disregard to your constituents, reveals that your politics are more important than your interests of the entire district that you represent and your moral character. Aloha and God bless.
Next up, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ju Frigilana, number 2567, and I stand in opposition for SB1. I have the privilege of serving in and working with communities, nonprofits, schools, families, and individuals with varying needs, regardless of gender, ethnicity, creed, statuses, or background, to make a positive impact for today and our future generation. We're so fortunate to live in a state that is full of aloha, full of breath, accepting of all cultures, nationalities, and traditions, streaming from strong foundations, good morals, freedom, conscience, faith, hard work, and family. However, I fear today we stand so close in breaking and weakening our foundation, losing our identity, our uniqueness, our strength, and our values that makes this state so beautiful. Opposing SB1 is not about rejection or religion. It is really about protection, protecting the aloha, the foundation of Hawaii, and continuing to build upon what is right, what is true, and what is sacred. It is about protecting the voices of Hawaii and the ramifications this bill may bring because of ambiguity, lack of process time, and attention it needs. It concerns me greatly that this bill will prevent my freedom in how I serve, how I minister, because of my faith, my convictions, and my beliefs. The overwhelming response and the sacrifice it took for thousands of people to be here, to be present, despite the short time, must account for something, and is evidence that this bill is not something that can be decided upon in a matter of days or a week by a group of legislatures. For those of you who are undecided and are for this bill, please let down your guard, open up your hearts and your ears, and give this bill the due process it needs in a regular session where it can properly be vetted and examined. Please allow the people to be heard and their voices to be heard, and not allow this important matter to be decided in a special session by just 76 people. I just want to close with this last question. Is the committee going to release and total the number of testimonies for and against SB1? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha. I'm Kavika from Nanakuli Homestead. My number is 2469. I wasn't going to say anything. I'm not I don't vote, but when I heard all this, I had to come out and say something. I oppose this for the sake of my grandchildren. Just a couple weeks ago, I was down at the beach, down there Waikiki, and here these two guys swapping spit, and I have my grandchildren. Now I got to explain to them what these two men are doing. I mean, that was the hardest thing to do. So, you guys believe in God? You guys believe? Remember Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay? Remember Sodom and Gomorrah. I love all you guys. But what is right is right. God, you all need God. I oppose this. Aloha no.
Thank you. Next
I
up,
will
please.
vote. I will vote. And I'll remember you guys who vote no. and I come from a big family. Everybody will vote. I'll make sure. Now I am a voter. You're aware, you brought up you woke up the giant in Hawaii. Everybody in the media, get out there and vote. These the guys going to help us or not?
They're not filming.
Civil rights.
No,
It's not on civil, right? It's a preference. It's what you like. This is last. God bless
thank you.
guys.
Next up.
Brothers and sisters of the committee, aloha. My number is 2573. My name is James Louis. I'm born and raised in Hawaii. I come before you today in strong opposition to SB1. Having been here for the past week, I have watched many come before you and would ask you today to open your hearts and minds to what I have to present to you today. I've seen many come before you in support of this bill who have made statements such as, pass this bill as it is. This bill is not about the children, not about education, not about the future. I'd ask you, are these the statements of a people who truly understand the meaning of love and ohana? The people of Hawaii also deserve the truth. As I have studied the bill and compared it to the messages I have heard in radio commercials and the online Q&A of Hawaii United for Marriage, I've been presented with information from that group that does not tell the public the true effects of the bill and that misleads readers. In closing, I would ask you to pay close attention to the message of the next testifier and to ask yourself, what is truly the best for our children, our educational system, and the future of our islands? I humbly ask you to say no to SB1 and to let the people vote on this issue. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Victoria Current, and I oppose this bill. My number is 2570. I'm not the greatest public speaker, so I'm actually going to sing, and yes, that's how I want to spend my 2 minutes. I want to be a window to his love, so when you look at me, you will see him. I want to be so pure and clear that you won't even know I'm here, 'cause his love will shine brightly through me. I want to be a doorway to the truth, so when you walk beyond, you will find him. I want to stand so straight and tall that you won't notice me at all. But through my open door he will be seen, a window to his love, a doorway to the truth, a bearer of the message he'd have me bring to you. And with each passing day, I want to fade away till only he can be seen, and I've become a window to his love. Mahalo, and please let the people decide.
Okay, next up, please.
House Judiciary and Finance Committee chairs and distinguished members, I am Evelyn Castaneda, number 2477, here to oppose SB1. The people voted to keep marriage between a man and woman in November 98. The executive branch of government capriciously used subterfuge to diametrically oppose the people's mandate and rushed passage of this legislation to redefine marriage. Our people overwhelmingly oppose this bill. The civil rights being trampled upon are those of the voters who spoke in '98, trusting their government heard them and put this issue to rest. Let's keep the land perpetuated in righteousness. The proposed bill granting rights to a special interest group denies rights to other groups, defeating the meaning of equality. We need to consider the many negative ramifying effects. If passed in every situation that marriage affects society, the state will expect Christians and all people of goodwill to betray their consciences and condone through silence an attack on natural and Christian morality. Their agenda desires 3/4 or 38 states to adopt marriage equality because it automatically becomes a federal constitutional amendment. And we will be just like Canada, Europe, and other jurisdictions now experiencing many problems. Marriage is not a requisite for benefits and tax breaks. States having marriage equality teach kindergartners same-gender sex, which is their hidden agenda to capture the hearts and minds of the next generation, turning schools into indoctrination centers. Sex education curriculum in its present form is not age appropriate and is a failed experiment. They are given children a how-to manual on relations that are harmful to one's life and health. Teen pregnancies increased dramatically after the introduction of sex education, impacting medical costs. An antiquated law repealed is the rule of thumb, where a man could beat his wife with a stick no thicker than the girth of his thumb. Article 1, Section 23 of the Hawaii State Constitution represents the will of the people and shouldn't be repealed as an antiquated or non-relevant law. Vote no. Thank you.
Next up, please.
Aloha representatives, my name is Enora, and my number is 2585. I've heard in the media that like young adults support same-sex marriage, and I've heard Representative Chris Lee state that 80% of young adults in their 20s and 30s support same-sex marriage and this poorly worded bill. That is not true. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, we've created and mobilized a group of 2,000 young adults that oppose and have been actively fighting the passage of this bill. We have designed and made signs that you have seen waving in your districts. We have created and distributed a frequently asked question to help people understand this bill and how the legislators have circumvented the democratic process and abused the rules to claim that they obey the letter of the law but defile the spirit of our democracy. We have designed and produced flyers about the rally on Monday that was attended by thousands of people. We have assisted more than 1,500 people submit in-person testimonies. As our elected representatives, we voted for you to represent our voice. However, you have effectively silenced thousands of people across Hawaii with this special session process. Many working adults and neighbor islanders have been shut out of this process, and few neighbor islanders have been able to testify because they could not afford to fly in and take off of work. If you care about the people of Hawaii and wanted to hear the voice of the people you represent, then you would not have done this to them. If you believe that by passing this bill in the special session instead of a regular session, we will forget by election year in 2014, then you are naive. We will not forget what happened this week. There has been talk about the majority. Well, majority was what put you in office. You did not win your office with the votes of the minority.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Next up, please.
Hi, my name is Leilani Johnson. I'm a registered voter from Eva Beach. My number is 2476. I probably don't have anything new to say that you haven't heard already, but I do have my children here. This is Cody, she's 6. This is Caitlin, she's 8. And Azure is 7, and they are the reason that I'm here today to just speak up to oppose SB1. Oh, she's 8. I'm sorry. She's not. To oppose SB1 to protect their future. They currently go to New Hope Christian School, and but what about the families that are not able to send their kids to private schools? The parents that choose to send their kids to public schools, what about their rights to not have their children be taught about same-sex marriage? So that's why we're here. I'm also here on behalf of my family and the office of Dr. Mona Suzuki. And we all oppose SB1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier.
Aloha. My name is Ethan Lee, number 2680. I'm a registered voter from Pupukea. And I'm here to express my opposition to this session and to this bill. I believe this session is being rushed, and it's also neglecting to let the people decide on this very, very important issue, probably the most controversial issue of our time. I'm opposed to it also because of the lack to this bill, because of the lack of religious liberty protections in it. But above all, I'm opposed to it because of my 3 boys, and similar to the beautiful lady that was just speaking to you. My boys are 7, 5, and 2. And when I was getting ready to come down to the rally last Monday, I gathered them around me, and my wife and I, we told them that we were coming down to this rally to support traditional marriage. And we had to explain to them that other people were wanting to have a man and a woman married. And my 5-year-old son just looked perplexed, just beyond him. And he said, in pure simplicity and pure innocence and love, but I love my mom and my dad. And that's the essence of family. Children, it's all about the keikis, about the children. They are entitled to be born within the bounds of matrimony between a man and a woman, and to be raised by a father and a mother, because that's the only way that societies can be perpetuated, and that healthy societies can raise up and continue to support this great state. The society is the foundation of this state, and without a healthy family in place, it's going to crumble. And that's my concern. I want to preserve this great state in the spirit of aloha that thrives here. Thank you.
Thank you. We are currently in the 2600 to 2800 block of testifiers. If you're in the 2800 to 3000, if you can start reporting to the reception desk at the auditorium. Next testifier, please.
Hi, my number is 2765, and my name is Eva Georges. I'm here to oppose the SB1. I didn't come here prepared with any notes. I just want to share from my heart the way I'm feeling. I think this is really unnecessary for all of this to be going on. I have a 13-year-old daughter and a 6-year granddaughter, and they've been asking me a lot of questions about all of this, and it's really hard for me to try to explain it to them. I have family that is gay and lesbians, but I love them. I really, really love them, and it's not about what they are. I just want the people to hear that this land was given to us by the King and Queen, and I would hate for it to be taken away by something really ridiculous. And I just wish that you guys would really stop this and stop rushing into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
(2651) Jennifer Kajiyama. Aloha. I come before you as an attorney, as an educator, mother, and a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I am vehemently opposed to Senate Bill 1, and I'm not opposed to this bill simply because of my religious values, but I'm opposed to this bill because of this special session, which looks like a legislative process that allows everyone to input and provide discourse and the best kind of laws that will benefit society, but this does not. I'm also opposed to this law because of the poorly worded, ambiguous, and unclear language that does not protect individuals, religious organizations, or people of religious faith. The religious exemption specifically I want to talk about does not adequately protect religious organizations. Many churches have nonprofit organizations, such as religious schools, where I am currently an educator at. And these protections, unlike other states, are not found here in Senate Bill 1. Why is that? We look at 5 distinguished religious legal scholars, and many of them have submitted testimony before your body. 5 of these have specifically said, the time to protect religious liberty is now. The time to protect religious liberty is now. Thank you. I just have to say that with much emphasis. It is now, it is not later. There was a member in the committee who asked a question earlier. He said, well, why don't we just let the courts decide it? Why don't we let them decide it and make the language? But that is not the role of the judiciary body. The role of the legislative body is to make the laws. Now, according to these 5 other religious legal scholars, they've said that a religious entity, they highly warned and said that any carelessly or overly aggressive drafting could create a whole new set of problems for religious liberty if those believers who cannot conscientiously participate in implementing this new regime is forced to do so. They understand this. They have identified this. Please oppose Senate Bill 1 and look for HB 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up.
Hi, my name is Lisa, number 2604. It is of great concern to me as to why this bill has been called into special session. I understand that Hawaii is the only state that is rushing into a special session as a result of the Supreme Court decision. If it is so urgent, then why aren't the other 34 states that do not permit same-sex marriage holding a special session too? What is the urgency? I am placing my trust and voice in you, the lawmakers, to uphold democracy in Hawaii. Please vote no and let the people be heard. By rushing into special session, you are not letting the people's voice be heard, and we are going to be subjected to a bill that has many loopholes and opens the door to other areas that are of major concern to me. Last week, I heard former judge and Pastor Ahu say something like, this bill is an attorney's dream. I know firsthand that there are people out there that are taking advantage of these loopholes in the law that are making it very difficult for innocent people and businesses. This is already happening in our current law. There is a tag team group of people that will call and literally bombard you with phone calls. Their purpose is to try and set you up to discriminate against them. They have no intention of using your services or facility, but their sole purpose is to provoke and entrap you. If they cannot get you on discrimination, then they will work on another way to get you, such as tax-exempt status. This group has an agenda to get you on something, and you are the target. Where is the justice? Why are we going to subject the people of Hawaii to this type of harassment? And I mean harassment. I ask you to think about this carefully, lawmakers of Hawaii. If this is already happening with the current laws, imagine what will happen after SB1 becomes law with all the current loopholes in it. My anger is not directed to the homosexual community. It is directed to the government.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, please.
Aloha. I'm number 2782. First of all, I'd like to say that I got nothing against gay people, okay? I have gay family members. I love them with all my heart. But the matter of the issue is this. Here in Matthew, chapter 18, verses 2 through 7, it says, So Jesus called a child to come and stand in front of them and said, I assure you that unless you change and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. The greatest in the kingdom of heaven is the one who humbles himself and becomes like this child. And whoever welcomes in my name one such child as this welcomes me. Then it goes on to say, if anyone should cause one of these little ones to lose his faith in me, it would be better for that person to have a large millstone tied around his neck and be drowned in the deep sea. How terrible for the world that there are things that make people lose their faith. such things will always happen, but how terrible for the one who causes them. So in other words, if anybody signs that bill, that's an automatic, you got to stand before God and answer to that. So you guys honestly should really think about that. Amen.
Okay, next up.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Heyer, number 2610, and a strong supporter of SB1 with no amendments. First off, please let me ask you to consider that you take the testimony that you've heard here and replace the church in quotations with my church. I believe it's clear that the United States and Hawaii haven't selected or declared a national church. Respectable, recognized, and valid churches that operate here in Hawaii currently marry two loving same-sex people regardless of their sexual organs. Local churches cherish these unions as defined by God, as discussed and pronounced by their religious leaders in previous testimony. And I have heard this. The testimony clearly demonstrates that the view between different religious people, they are very genuine to their beliefs, differ regarding their opinion on same-sex marriage. The passage of this bill opens up state-defined definition to allow religious expressions present here in Hawaii while explicitly protecting clergy and churches. As much as people want to testify that their God is the correct God and have all the best rules and regulations, I please ask you that you not support their biased opinion and that you strongly support SB1 with me to allow freedom of religious expression of a marriage to be recognized. We've heard testimony with previous opinions that are not based in reason or on actual experiences regarding education, curriculum, family health, the rights of religious expression, and even voting rights. I can appreciate that they may believe in their intent, but please be grounded in reality. People are comparing me to childish, rapist, and anybody who knows me know that this is unfounded. To be lumped inside of this group of these abominable individuals is sick, and it doesn't describe me. It's not just.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, please.
Aloha. It's a long night. My name is Lois Young. My number is 2687. I'm testifying to voice my opposition to SB1 and ask you to please vote no. I am born and raised and educated in Hawaii. My grandfather left China to come to Hawaii, and I'm grateful for his determination. I'm a longtime registered voter, self-employed taxpayer, and I call Wahiawa my home. I'm honored to testify today, and I'm thankful that I live in America, where we have freedom of speech and open dialogue with our elected officials. I cherish this Constitution right, for I know many nations who silence the voice of their people. We are at the precipice of decision-making for future generations, and my conscience urges me to take a stand and speak against the legislation of SB1, which will aggressively erode the very fiber of who we are. SB1 legalizes a preferred lifestyle and is not a civil right. SB1 attempts to silence and undermine businesses, organizations, individuals who believe marriage is between a man and a woman. They will be tagged as politically incorrect or as perpetrators of hate speech. We may even be dragged into court for expressing our beliefs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wow.
Next up, please.
Hello. Chairman, Chair Luke, Chair Rhodes, and members of the Finance and Judiciary committees. My number is 2711. My name is Stephanie Coino. I am here in opposition of Senate Bill 1. I just turned 68 years old. I'm a grandmother. I'm a wife of 42 years. I have 2 children and 2 grandchildren. And I believe that the Senate Bill 1 has been rushed. It has been, it hasn't been properly vetted. It also doesn't protect the children and public accommodation. I also am here to represent the members of our congregation. I attend Mass at Our Lady of Sorrows Church in Wahiawa, and 1,567 members signed statements, and along with myself, and we each said, I am a Roman Catholic and voter in the state of Hawaii. I attend Mass at Our Lady of Sorrows Church in Wahiawa. I only support marriage between one man and one woman. Please vote no on same-sex marriage. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take questions. Questions, Representative Har.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I please have Jennifer Kajima come up? Kajiyama, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Good evening,
I'm
Ms.
so short. I
Kajima.
have to
No,
get this step.
I am too. That's okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you again for your testimony, and thank you for being here. Okay, you kind of talked about a lot of things very quickly in a short period of time, but your main point is public accommodations or religious organizations. Like, what exactly is your? Then you talked about other states.
Yes.
I know you try to get a lot in, but I'm trying to understand what's because then you talked about religious educational institutions as well. So, what is your problem with that particular issue?
Okay, thank you, Representative Har, for allowing me to expand on my points. Yes, it was very rushed. I am very much opposed to the language that is currently in the bill. There is no specific exemption language that really protects the individual. It doesn't protect small business owners. It doesn't protect educators. It doesn't protect government officials. There is a document that's been published by the Institute for, let me get that. An Institute for Marriage and Public Policy, and they list over 13 examples where same-sex marriage and religious freedom, where they clash. And these areas I find in this bill where it's very problematic, and ultimately it's going to affect the individual who has a freedom of, or who has an opposition to the freedom of conscience that's existing. I know that HB 6 is proposed, and there's some, I think, very positive language that's included. Of course, I am first and foremost wanting to say kill the bill, but if this bill has to move forward, I want to say religious accommodations and protections need to be afforded.
Okay, but Ms. Kajiyama, you're an attorney, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so as an attorney, why do you feel, I mean, a person's First Amendment rights would still apply?
It does in a limited set of circumstances. And my main concern is that in Hawaii's public accommodations laws, there is no religious exemption, none whatsoever. And so individuals that have a faith or something where they feel out of their truly religiously held beliefs, they would not be able to, they couldn't function as a business if they refused to allow individuals who maybe customers who violate their specific religious beliefs.
Right, but the litmus test for public accommodation is being held out to the public.
Yes, and that's exactly the point, being held out to the public. We know for religious organizations, right, that our purpose is to go out into the community. It's to help people. It's to act as Christ would act. And by doing so, we openly open our religious facilities to individuals who are not of our faith, and we happily do so. There's no, I hear people laughing, and that's fine, but there's no enmity or hatred in my heart. What I feel very deeply is what was said by Secretary of State Kerry when he said that religious freedom, it's a human fundamental right. It's a fundamental right. It's enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the most translated and accessible document in the world. And this document says we have this right to freedom of religion and freedom of conscience.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Kajiyama.
Okay, any other questions? Representative McDermott.
Thank you for staying so late. The freedom of religion with regard to the religious exemptions is what I'd like to ask you about. The First Amendment does protect that, but I think, is your concern that, yes, the First Amendment protects it, but by the time the people go through the multiple lawsuits and hiring the attorney and facing the pickets and the internet bullying, if you will, that they'll be broken out of business, and it just, there's no protection there unless they have the deep pockets and resources to defend that. Is that a fair characterization?
Exactly. That is exactly my sentiments. The individual does not have protections, and maybe there is an individual with lots of money. I'd like to meet that person, but I'm not one of those people. And religious organizations, for the most part, they're nonprofit, and the proceeds and money that they receive go back into the community and into the programs that are there to develop and to better society.
So as an attorney, in your learned opinion, the ubiquitous wedding photographer we hear about would eventually win once he reached the United States Supreme Court after 10 years of litigation and hundreds and thousands of dollars in attorney fees, correct?
Yes, possibly.
But that's if he still is in business.
But that's if he still has money.
Yeah.
And if there's somebody, and if he has the determination and dedication to go through years and years and countless litigation and lawsuits. It is an unfair burden upon an individual religious faith to take upon this cross that they have to bear. Instead, I would say let individuals who have truly held religious beliefs, allow them to hold their convictions to their heart and to conduct business as they would. I've heard someone say, well, you're going to lose business. That's bad, right? Aren't you in there for your business? But if they lose business and that's their choice, that's their freedom of, there's their accountability, their free agency, then allow them to do so. Because they have these beliefs, it would violate their very most integral parts of their heart. As a Christian, as a member of the Mormon Church, my religion isn't just something I do on Sunday. It is 24 hours. It's who I am individually, collectively. It's who I want to be, who I want to represent. And I can't just shut it off in a moment. It's the way that I feel like my Heavenly Father in Christ wants me to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions?
Chair.
Representative.
Chair. Yeah.
Oh, Ward.
Yes, follow up the same.
Representative Ward, go ahead.
Following Representative Har's question regarding exemptions, what would be the gold standard for religious exemptions?
Currently, what I see in HB 6 is very promising. I think it holds a lot of positive aspects to protecting religious freedom, but there are some areas that I find problematic. First, there are no protections for individuals. There's no protections for small business owners, small families, businesses that are owned by families. There's no protection for education laws or the consent of parents or even the notification of parents knowing about what's being taught. And there's also no protections for government officials. There are some language that's been proposed by those 5 law professors that have sent testimony and letters. And I'd like to just share, if that's okay with you, what they have actually suggested for language. The language that they have suggested states that, where did it go? Okay, here it is. The language that they suggest is that, first, either these two, the public schools shall notify a student's parent or legal guardian in advance and provide them an opportunity to review information about any curriculum related to human sexuality, marriage, or family life, and students shall not participate in such instructions without prior written consent of the student's parent or legal guardian. They also suggest another language. The public schools shall notify a student's parent or legal guardian
Excuse me, but this bill doesn't, there's nothing in it. The bill wasn't referred to the Education Committee. That's a battle you have to fight at the Board of Education. So I understand your concern, but it's not really, doesn't really directly
Chair, my
do
follow-up
anything to
question.
do with this
I wanted to
bill.
get the gold standard. I wanted you then to compare what you see as the gold standard to the Connecticut bill, if you're familiar with it.
Yes, I am familiar with the Connecticut bill, and again, I am speaking as an individual. I've talked with religious freedom scholars, and I have studied the issues, but I'm not an expert in this field, with that caveat. But what I do find lacking in the Connecticut bill, again, is that there are no protections for the individual. There's no protections for the small business owner. We might be protecting religious organizations as a whole, but the individual with those values and beliefs will be their rights could most likely be violated. There is specifically in that letter that was written, they are concerned about the individual. And in that testimony, they specifically say that individuals who religiously believe that they cannot conscientiously participate in these new laws that are being created, that human liberty will be compromised, and this will violate their freedom of conscience, their religious conscience.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Kachiyama. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I think you just touched on a point that I would like to ask the testifier about in regards to education. Have these other states, has a same-sex marriage law being passed, has that had a significant impact on their departments of education and the education system there? Which raises the question of, if this law is going to significantly going to significantly affect the Department of Education, I mean, we have had zero testimony from the Department of Education here in regards of whether that will affect them or not. In the states that you've looked at, in the language that they have addressed, did they introduce that language because there is an educational component to this measure?
There is definitely an educational component to this measure, and this is what we've heard from constantly from those who've been testifying. Where are the BOE and the DOE representatives? This will directly impact education. There's no way to go around this. This will change the fundamental unit of society and will alter fundamental rights. Therefore, when education is being taught, curriculum will change, and the effects will very much affect the children and the parents part of these programs.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Palati.
Thank you, Chair. This is my very first question of the day. So thank you for being with us, Ms.
Kajiyama.
I think, and I'm going to help you out here, I think that the gold standard that Representative Ward might be wanting you to say is that in House Bill 6, they have part of the exemption, sincerely held religious beliefs, and that should be perhaps the standard that we apply and add to the exemptions. Is that correct?
Definitely, that is found in House Bill 6.
Okay, so sincerely held religious beliefs, would you want to extend that exemption to housing and lodging?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay.
And if I look at the bill...
Wait, she's got a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
I apologize.
so if it's correct to say that there are sincerely held beliefs, say not about this per se, but say about things like in vitro fertilization or premarital sex, that a landlord would be able to discriminate against a potential renter if it is known by that landlord that, one, the folks have either engaged in premarital sex or maybe considering wanting to have a family and they couldn't have a family, but we're looking at in vitro fertilization, that landlord, because of their sincerely held beliefs against those things, that they would then be able to discriminate and say, you know what, we're not going to rent to you.
Okay. If I'm understanding your statement correctly, from what I understand of House Bill 6, again, I'm not a drafter, I'm just reading through it, there are limitations. It extends to individuals, I think, for housing from 5 to 15.
Let me just say that, and then I'll finish this question because I don't...
Sorry.
Would you support a bill, language that would allow, based upon sincerely held religious beliefs, for a landlord to discriminate against a renter who they know may be engaging in premarital sex or may be considering in vitro fertilization because that is their sincerely held belief that those things are immoral? Would you support language like that in a bill?
What I would support is what is found in House Bill 6. I like how there's a threshold standard of 5.
That's what's in House Bill 6. Thank you.
Representative McDermott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back to the much less exciting topic of education. My contention all along has been, and as an attorney, I value your opinion on this, that the controversial issue policy, which is 2 paragraphs long and very nebulous and vague, once this becomes the law of the land, it's no longer controversial because it's the law of the land. And so would it be fair to say that once it's the law of the land, if you don't accept it, you're prejudiced? That's a correct statement.
Okay,
I agree with that statement, yes.
One last question. Are you aware that BOE Chairman Don Horner came today to testify and wasn't allowed to testify?
I think that is appalling. I think he should be here to direct his comments to this body.
Are you aware that I asked the chairman and the Speaker of the House to have him and Ms. Matioshi here via written letter?
I also find that appalling. I do not know when the people are asking for this why they have not been allowed to speak.
There's a reason they're not here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And let me just clarify.
Where are they?
Let me just clarify that the reason they're not here is
they're not here. Where are they?
The reason they're not here is they didn't sign up in time. And if we were going to let everybody okay.
Where was the Attorney General's sign-up sheet? Or Blake O'Shiro's sign-up sheet? He didn't have a sign-up sheet.
Okay, members, any other questions?
Yeah,
okay,
Chair.
Moving on.
Chair. I have a peaceful question.
That would be nice.
A peaceful question. It's to the early childhood educator. I'm sorry I didn't get her name, but Was she one who may have just left, the early childhood educator? I see no one has claimed that title, so she must have left. Mr. Jeremy, is Jeremy still here? I am. Jeremy, you made the statement, which I thought was profound. You said, let us be very practical and grounded in reality and what we think about each other, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to ask you what I was going to ask the childhood educator, because there's an area that is rather confusing, and I need to understand the rationale and the logic on the notion of gender fluidity. It's hard to understand the definition, but it's the operationalization of the process of grades 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Could you explain how gender fluidity comes now to be a concept that some people don't understand very well?
Although I don't experience it, and I cannot talk about it from my own personal experience, I can say that within society, as it is now, some people, I'll talk about how I learned perhaps about my sexuality. I didn't feel that I was a negative, bad person who did these terrible acts, and this is as a child before I did anything sexual. But when I had these feelings, I felt that I was going to be judged, and I am judged for after I came out for, and I was going to burn in hell for eternity for the rest of my life. Eternity, I mean forever and ever and ever. So as a kid, I was mortified by this idea. I didn't feel that I was not normal, but I think coming to terms with that is a process. And again, I'm talking about sexuality, perhaps not my identification with gender, but I think that it's similar in the way that you come to terms to it and you grow, you learn about yourself and you learn about society and you learn about how you fit into society. And the labels come with it from our own societal structure.
In that stage or in that process, then the notion of the bathroom protocols came to mind. And I know it was the childhood educator that would answer that, but are you familiar with the bathroom protocols that New Jersey and California have just put in place? And you have a...
no, I'm not familiar with the details of either of
That's
the
a little bit clinical and hard to understand.
Members, any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Har.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I please have number 2585, I think, Honora Ng? Good evening, Ms. Singh. Thank you for being here this late hour. Ms. Singh, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
25.
25. Okay, you were very passionate in your testimony. You and your group, you guys are making posters and all of this stuff. I mean, what's the big deal? I'm just like, I don't understand, because it's like I keep being told that, why is there this distrust in government from your generation?
Well, okay, so I've been voting since I was like 18. I never really got involved other than just putting my vote down, you know, for my legislators and whatever else. But when we kind of, like, me and my group of my friends, you know, like, we heard about the same-sex marriage stuff, you know, and our church told us to, like, look into the bill. You know, they didn't tell us what to do about it, but we looked into the bill. And, like, when we read it, we were kind of, like, horrified, and we didn't really understand what was going on. And so we kind of created a group to understand what was happening, you know. And, like, our group grew really big, really fast. And a lot of us, I guess, like, I think a lot of us, like, really believed in democracy, because that was kind of what we learned. You know, like, when we grew up in school and stuff, they taught us, you know, like, this is what happens through the democratic process, you know, and we vote for our legislators. They represent us. They hear us, you know, and, like...
But Ms. Singh, this is the democratic process.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Wait, no, so, excuse me, wait. So I'm just trying to understand. So can you please explain? Because some would argue that this is the democratic process. So I'm just trying to understand from you and your friends, why is it that you felt the need, or, you know, I'm hearing a lot from your generation that this is about distrust in government and all of that.
Okay, so we've established that you mistrust government. Is there a question that has something to do with this
Yeah.
bill?
Okay, so...
Well,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, like, as we, like, went through this, and like a lot of us were kind of horrified by what happened, and we didn't feel like our voice was being heard, and like we did everything that we could, and we submitted our testimonies. We came here, we waited to testify, and like we came here and we thought that we would be heard and that the representatives, would like listen to us and represent our voice, and we don't feel like that is possible, and I mean, we have people that came here, like they miss work, to come here. I have a friend that lost her job, because she really believed in this, and she, we have people whose cars have been towed, like they come down here, they miss school, they miss work, whatever, and like we have kids sleeping out in the cement floor so that on Halloween, so that their parents can come here and testify and protect their future, and a lot of, like I think the underlying message too for like let the people decide is not just like, oh yeah, we want to like try and take away rights from other people. It's just that we don't feel like that our legislators can adequately represent our voice, and we don't believe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me just point out that we're about 10 minutes away from our 51st hour of testimony. To my knowledge, there has never been a bill in the history of the state of Hawaii that has had a hearing this long.
This is our only hearing.
We hear you loud and clear. Now, whether everyone will agree with you in the end, I don't know yet. But everyone has gotten to say 51 hours worth of
None of the neighbor islands have
testimony.
testified.
And
Because they can't. They can't come here. And this is our only opportunity for a hearing. If it was a regular session, we would have another hearing after you made amendments.
Excuse me. We have bent over backwards to provide opportunities to testify on an order of magnitude that has never been witnessed in this state before. So
With all due
I have a
respect,
very
Mr.
hard
Chairman,
time.
we have not bent over backwards. The rules were as long as you had a number, you could testify. Now we've changed the rules in the middle of the day. That's not true, Mr. Chairman. We have not bent over backwards.
Mr. Chairman, Thursday night you tried to shut them down by making them stay all night, so don't say you've been over backwards.
Okay. Well,
I've been here for 5 days. Every single day the rules change.
I do get to say something once in a while in this committee, and what I would say then, if you're saying that you would have preferred not to have 51 hours of hearings and it was all a waste of time, then we can shut the hearing down right now if you'd like to. Okay, let's move on. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, next testifier.
Mr. Chair, I did have a question.
Representative Foley, please be quick.
I have two quick questions.
Okay.
Are you being paid to be here tonight, Honora?
No.
Do you know that we're being paid to be here tonight?
I actually didn't go to work today, so I wouldn't miss my number.
But do you know we're being paid to be here tonight? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next testifier.
Mary Arizimi, 2732. I understand that some of the representatives told me you weren't being paid, that only the skeletal staff was being paid for the 76 offices, and I don't think it can be 25,000. Do you know the figure, Chairman
I'm sorry,
Rhodes?
could you tell us your name and what your
It's Mary
registration number is?
Arizimi, and it's 2732. Okay, I'll get started with my
Thank you.
testimony. But I wanted to know if it really was just 25,000. I can't believe that. Anyway, this bill is beginning the removal of our constitutional rights. All over our country, the courts are letting the First Amendment freedoms be trumped by gay rights. As they silence our free speech and freedom of belief, down the road, this will apply to everyone, and that's my concern. To our gay friends and gay community, we repeat, we have no hate or any animosity for you. I know your thumb is down, but I'm saying many of us have gay friends we enjoy, and they enjoy our friendship as well. We have different beliefs, but we can live with diversity. You know, we can get along if they would just straighten out this bill. What we are opposed to is this lack of equal tolerance for free speech in the courts, which has been shown all around the country once this law passes. To quickly reference, for lack of time, the Wildflower Inn of Vermont, where they were sued and had to pay $30,000 total for their just saying that they were old-time Catholics, and they told the lesbians that we're not denying you the service, please come in, but we just want you to know where we stand. And so they had 2 rounds of being investigated, and then they had to pay $30,000.
Then about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, the schoolgirls were complaining about the transgender in their restroom, and the school officials told the girls, look, if you complain anymore, you're going to be punished. So again, the transgenders' rights were given privilege over the schoolgirls' rights to use the girls' bathroom. These kind of things are going on. And then for videographers, advertisers, people who are in the communications field.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Chairman Rose and Luke and the rest of the representatives. My number is 2725, and my name is Jean Leong, and I oppose SB1. I represent myself, and I'm 78-year-old registered voter with 3 daughters and 12 grandchildren. Hopefully what I say makes some sense to you. This bill, S1, is not an equality issue. One man and one man is not one man and one woman. They are not equal. The natural law is that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. In 1998, voters passed that legislators reserve marriage for opposite-sex couples. I noticed that lines were drawn across the whole bill we voted for. Our vote did not count. It was like a kick in the face. There's a saying that says, government of the people, by the people, for the people. I just don't understand this. Actually, I came to talk about how each of us appeared. We didn't just appear, we were first a cell, then where did it come from? It had to be someone who created us, someone who's all-knowing, created us with different biological and sensual parts. And you either came out one woman or one man. We, men and women, complement each other as husband and wife, lovingly knowing that there's a possibility of bringing a child into the world. It is an awesome creation. The union binding, loving, and sacramental.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Please vote no.
Number 2729, Paula Tanaka. I've made a mistake. I'm changing the stance of my written testimony. After hearing the many testimonies for and against this bill, after observing the actions of many people for and against this bill, after watching and hearing the Senate on Monday and listening to your questions and comments at this hearing, after asking others for any last-minute promptings for me to include in this, one of the last testimonies of this hearing, I can come up with only one stance. You vote no. Do not let it go to the people to vote. This is God's command, not ours. It says in Romans 2 that God's law is written on all people's hearts in the form of our consciences, which is our God-given sense of right and wrong. Any decisions we make, we know to the very core if we are choosing what is right or wrong. There's an old Indian adage, your conscience is like a triangle. When you violate your conscience, you get a sharp jab in your gut. You are warned and you make it right. But when you quit heeding to your conscience, quit making the right decisions, the corners of your triangle get rounded. Eventually, you have virtually no conscience at all, and sadly, you feel no more pain. Comparing that triangle to the innate conscience God has put in your heart, if you do not do what is right, you are turning away from God as well. Redemption and renewal of that broken conscience are available through Jesus Christ. But I'm not here to preach the gospel today. Today, I am simply asking you to quit thinking so hard and to please listen to that triangle in your gut, your conscience, your innocence at the very core, and you will know what you are supposed to do. The Bible states repeatedly in both testaments that homosexuality is an abomination to God. Never does it say that God hates the homosexual. God does not hate the homosexual. He only hates the act of homosexuality. Get a grip. The truth is written in your heart. Please hear God and vote no.
Thanks very much. Next,
Thank
please.
you, all of you. Thank you for listening.
Audience members, again, if we could refrain from making comments on both sides so that we can be respectful to the testifiers and the members as well.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairs Rode and Chair Luke and committee. I just want to say thank you guys so much. Can we give them a round of applause? Really, thank you. These are our elected officials. They're working hard. They're tired. We're all tired. We got to learn to respect people, even if we don't agree with them, and honor them. So my name is Max Fowler, 2705, and today I'd like to testify as a dad of 3 children, Miley, Sky, and Cruz, 9, 7, and 5 years old. And, you know, I teach my kids, we all do, we teach them to stand up for what they believe in. We want them to stand passionately for what they believe in. And, you know, the other night, my daughters wanted to come with me. It was 9:45. They came in their PJs. They've been watching on the Olelo. They're captivated. They kind of don't really get it. They're getting it, but they're involved. They're participating. They're zoned in on this. They're zeroed in. The other thing that we try to teach our children is the word integrity. We want our kids to be able to know that how they play the game is as important as winning the game. And so I ask you, our elected officials, a few questions. Is there integrity in this process? The process of the rush special session? Is there integrity in passing a bill that we know is full of holes, that we've heard from the experts that it's full of holes, only going to lead to lawsuits? Is there real integrity in switching around the plain language of the 1998 constitutional amendment? Is there real integrity there? We want to passionately stand up for what we believe in, but we want to have integrity in the process. So I ask you, show the children of Hawaii that you can act with integrity. I humbly ask this. Thank you very much. Please vote no.
Thank you very much. Before we go on, can I just need to announce, ask anybody whose registration number is between 3,000 and 3,200, please come down and check in. Between 3,000 and 3,200. Please proceed.
Hello, members of the Judiciary Finance Committee. Alan Cardenas, 2669, submitting testimonies on behalf of Transformation Hawaii as pastor of Hope Chapel Nanakuli and president of Transformation Hawaii. Mahalo first and foremost for the opportunity to share the testimony. I would also like to recommend the special session Purple Heart to your staff here. Your staff has been wonderful. Sunny, Kevin Corona, bunch of professionals. So guys are unsung heroes, keeping order here. Mahalo to all of you. You know, as we gather here tonight, I just want to ask all of you on the committee, don't push the special same-sex marriage bill on us like it was pushed on you. I know a number of you didn't want to be here, but obviously it was pushed on you. Don't ignore us and disrespect us like the people on the other side, on the Senate side. I want to ask all of you to just think about, don't let Hawaii be the only legislative body in the entire world that is rushing to destroy centuries of Hawaii's tradition, culture, and values in a number of days. You know, we want to ask all of you not to make this a dog and pony show, but really to listen to the hearts, the voice, and the testimonies of the people. Be the good house. Be the people's house. Let this be our house. Let the voices be heard. Listen to the people. Kill the bill. Kill Bill SB1 and let the people vote. Mahalo.
Thanks very much. Next up, please.
My number is 2759, and I also have a number 3332. Aloha, my name is Jonah Ka'auvai, Jonah Kuhio Kalani Ana Ole Ka'auvai, and I stand in strong opposition of SB1. I'm a local boy born and raised on Kauai. I'm a graduate of Kamehameha Schools and Boston College, double majoring in business and philosophy. I live in District 51. Chris Lee is my representative. These are the facts. The legislature will never, mark my words, people of Hawaii, never let the people vote on this issue and put this on the ballot in 2014. Marriage is not a civil right. Homosexuality is not genetic, and it's been said over and over, rather a lifestyle choice. So this is not a civil rights issue. SB1's religious exemptions from the public accommodations law only works for religious organizations, businesses, and individuals who want to solemnize and service same-sex marriage couples. All the rest of the people are going to be screwed in the process and leave it up to the liberal court system of Hawaii. Same-sex marriage is the most grossly mainland, westernized, cultural, colonial, haole idea and imposition on Hawaii's people since the overthrow of the Hawaiian kingdom. Homosexual marriage was tolerated but not normalized in the pre-missionary Native Hawaiian society. According to the 2000 census, only 35% of Hawaii's population was Christian, so 65% is not. The Hawaii United for Marriage website's poll says 54% of the people support marriage equality. So why can't the people vote? If you have heard over 1,000 testifiers and nearly 18,000 written testimonies, and it's going to be a slap in the face of the people if you guys come to decision tonight, if this ends tonight. That will be a slap in the face of the people. Kill this bill, and if you guys even have any guts, you guys will put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, everybody. Number 2747, Willie Kaeli. I'd just like to say that, you know, I'm against SB1, but I'm going to call myself one rat today. I want snitch. Because why? Because I'm about to tell all of you the truth. From what's being said outside, what's being said on Facebook, what's being said on the circle, is that if you kill this now, you guys are guaranteed by the majority of Hawaii your chairs. Bottom line. Bottom line. Am I correct, family? From Facebook, from Circle, millions of people said if you kill this bill now, you guys are guaranteed you guys' seat. Not only that, if you guys like go for governor, he's out too. If you guys like go for the Senate, they out. Majority of them is out, according to this. The people. You love us, we love you. And you know what? You don't need go out there and do your stuff, because you know what? We're going to do it for you. Because you ain't listening to us. Love you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Next, please.
My name is Danielle. I'm number 2626.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, Danielle, number 2626.
36?
2626.
2626. Okay.
I think I really first just wanted to. Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Can you stop the timer, please, Malia? Thank you.
I first just really wanted to apologize just to all the legislators and to both sides of the parties for any insults and just acts of anger and wrath and hatred. Just to everyone, I'm really sorry. You know, this whole thing just sorry. Yeah, I just ask for forgiveness for everyone. And I really don't have anything new to say, but I knew that I wouldn't be okay if I didn't try to ask to not pass this bill.